You are live. You are live. That's what it say. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. I was just laughing at myself because even though I got these big ass spectacles, I still gotta lean forward to see them little words, man. But I'm happy to be here, man. Happy Monday, MAGA Monday, man. Get your Trump, hey, just get your Trump hands going, man. Another MAGA Monday. First in the chat, get shouted out. First in the chat, get shouted out without a doubt, man. Double tap it as you come in, man. Wipe your feet. First in the chat, get shouted out without a doubt, man. We still here, man. We still here, man. 2025, not too long, man. You see the title, you see the thumbnail. We about to celebrate it, man. We about to count it down, man. It's about to be 2026, the first year, the first term, 12 months, man. I've been reading a lot of stuff, man. A lot of stuff, man. A lot of stuff about the economy. A lot of stuff about this. A lot of stuff about that. We're gonna talk about it today, man. Fire show, #1 broadcast, #1 for geopolitical debate on YouTube. Double tap at the like button, double tap at the like button. First in the chat, get shouted out without a doubt, man. We're going to have a good conversation here today, man. We're going to have a good fire conversation here. We're going to have a good fire conversation here today, man. Come on in, double tap at the like button, man. How's you doing, man? I want you guys to remember, man. We're going to take down a walk down memory lane, man. I want to know how many people can remember, man. If you can't remember, I understand, man. If you can't remember, I understand. But for those of you who want to take a walk down memory lane with me, man, we're going to take a walk down memory lane. All my patriots, deplorables, MAGA Knights, MAGA Monday, MAGA Monday madness, MAGA Monday madness. Double tap at the like button. MAGA Monday madness. How's everybody doing? Make sure retouch me, baby, man. Hey, let me know how my volume is doing. Let me know how the volume is doing. Let me know how I'm doing. How you doing this morning on this MAGA Monday morning, man? Almost 2026. Almost 2026 in the mix. It's been 12 months of Trumpitude, 12 months of Trumpify, 12 months of terrific Trumpitude, terrific Tuesdays, MAGA magnificent Mondays, and we rolling. I get to Trump hands like this and say, we rolling into 2026. We rolling into 2026, man. I mean, for the end of 2025, December's been a mega month. I mean, with a 43-day shutdown, I mean, the Democrats is giving us a launch pad and a launch board. Even right now, I hear the rumblings. They are conceding 2028. Have you heard? I mean, people are already floating JD Vance for 2028, and people are now digesting the message that we have put forth on the Perfect Timing podcast. Do you hear what I hear? Do you hear what I hear? They finally are lit. I told you they listened to us. We got W Chat, #1 podcast, #1 broadcast in the News Nation land about this political discourse. And what did we say? We said, see, a lot of people that got caught up. They're going to come back in 2026 for the midterms, and then they're going to want to talk politics. But you've been busy talking about Erica Kirk and all this Candace Owens, but you haven't been focused on the politics and the policy. That's what we do here, politics and policy. I've been telling people about the gradual rollout of the big, beautiful bill. We truly explained the 43-day shutdown even before the Democrats took credit. A lot of things are happening now. Right now, there is no more debate or discussion on whether or not it was a Democratic shutdown. The Democrats are taking credit for the shutdown. They now are saying with the Republicans, and we always said that this is a brand new tactic. And the Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries now admitted, AOC, Hakeem Jeffries, now admit that Chuck Schumer did not hold the party line. What is AOC and Hakeem Jeffries saying when they say Chuck Schumer didn't hold the party line? They're saying that shutdowns, which we may have another shutdown in another 30 days. This is what I'm talking about, 2026. The writing is on the wall. So I want to take a walk down memory lane. Do you remember the time? Do you remember the time? It was only 12 months ago. We're going to take a walk down memory lane and why 2026 is going to be a crash and defeat, and why 2028 is going to be a crash and defeat. Today's topics are hot topics. I don't think people understand the ramifications of the big, beautiful bill. Now, here on this podcast, Here on this podcast, what did I do? I told you I haven't heard a lot of pundits on the Democrat side educating voters, educating audiences. I educate voters, I educate audiences. What we just talked about is MAGA. See, they like to make a lot of fun of Robert F. Kennedy, but Robert F. Kennedy sent out letters to all 50 states, and 18 states responded to those vouchers. Did you know 18 states responded to the MAGA voucher? What was the MAGA voucher as it relates to food stamps and EBT all about? See, we talking about 2026. We are educating the audience, educating voters about 2026, the big beautiful bill, the government shutdown at the end of 2025, 43-day shutdown, the longest shutdown in American history under the Donald Trump presidency. The second longest shutdown was under the first Donald Trump administration. Did you know this is the second Donald Trump term? Typically, when a president has two terms, the second term is referred to as a lame duck term, a lame duck president, meaning he doesn't have enough influence to get anything passed in the Congress and the Senate. Just for an example of a true lame duck president, because Donald Trump is not a lame duck, he got the big beautiful bill passed. But to give a true example of a lame duck president, you would have to go back to President Barack Obama, who was stalled in his second administration by Senate Republicans like Mitch McConnell. If you guys recall, Mitch McConnell did not allow Barack. This is why the Supreme Court looks the way it looks today. Why do we have a conservative Supreme Court? Because what I'm defining for you right now, as we get into our conversation, I'm defining for you what a lame duck president is. And then you may understand why the Supreme Court reflects so conservative. People may say the Supreme Court is stacked. The Supreme Court has more conservative justices. Well, how did the Supreme Court end up that way when you've had 12 years of Democratic rule? Yeah, 8 years of Obama, 4 years of Biden. That's 12 years of Democratic rule. You could have and should have stacked the Supreme Court with Democratic and liberal judges that would be siding for you in immigration, in ICE, because Trump and the Republicans have won every time. ICE still wears masks. ICE still is going on ICE raids. The Supreme Court seems to always side with President Trump. It's a conservative leaning Supreme Court. Why is it a conservative leaning Supreme Court? Because Barack Obama was a lame duck and he was stalled in his second administration. Couldn't get anything done, right? He had appointee after appointee. He had nominated Democrats to the Supreme Court who understood that Barack Obama was pigeonholed in his second term, right? Shout out to you for being the first. Without a doubt, these are not lies. These are all truth, baby boy. Barack Obama, Mitch McConnell. Now, if you recall, the Senate Republicans even had a meeting when Barack Obama was sworn in, where they said they would do everything to stop the Barack Obama from implementing his administration, which is why today we're going to talk about the Affordable Care Act subsidies expiring, which is why the Affordable Care Act, or what you may know as Obamacare, is such a shitty bill, right? Double tap, hit the like button. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Double tap, hit the like button. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the #1 podcast in the land. The Perfect Timing Podcast is 2025. Only a few more hours left on the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act is about to expire. Obamacare and the hope and the promise of change dies December 31st. Yes, there is no more Obamacare. Shout out to Mike Johnson and Senate Republicans who let Obamacare die. We are going to talk about the Affordable Care Act. Hi to you, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Shout out to you, D. Barnes. Shout out to you, Ethel. Shout out to everybody coming in and watching. Double tap, hit the like button, man. We talking about 2026, educating voters, educating the audience on how MAGA, how the Republicans have steamrolled through 2025, how President Trump is the most productive, the most successful second term president ever to be an American president. Somebody write this down. I'm telling you, they steal everything that I say. Number one, they finally are listening to the writing on the wall. They are admitting that MTG is quitting. I heard people talk about MTG is quitting. I heard people talk about the Fannie Willis debacle. Finally, we talked about it here first. But finally, Democrats, and even on CNN and on Democratic liberal media, you have them admitting to the fact that the Democrats, even Democrats, are having negative polling on Democrats. This is just the reality for 2026 and 2028. Why is this happening? Well, let me educate the audience on something that people haven't listened to. Well, I said MAGA sent out waivers to all 50 states. In 2026, 18 states accepted MAGA waivers to no longer allow EBT cards to purchase soda. How many people know about this? How many people know about the MAGA waiver that went out that's going to prohibit people from purchasing soda with their EBT cards, right? And I'm going to list to you the states as we get into educating, because I saw a video about student loans. And I remember we talked about student loans. So I want to talk about the changes coming to student loans that are extremely, that are huge. There are huge changes coming to student loans. So I said to myself, let me lay a foundation for our discussion about the ACA and the student loans. Shout out, do you remember the time? Do you remember the time when Joe Biden made a promise that he would forgive student loans? We're going to get into it. But first, we're going to lay a foundation about this MAGA. 18 states accept a waiver to stop soda purchase with EBT in 2026. What states? Did you guys know this? As we get into changes of the big beautiful bill, so you guys didn't understand the 43-day shutdown. You don't really understand the Affordable Care Act subsidies. As of December 29th, the USDA has approved SNAP EBT food stamp waivers for 18 states. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. I want everybody to write this down, because you may have some people healthy SNAP purchasers only. Correct. You may have some people in these states that I'm about to name. As of December 29, 2025, the USDA has approved SNAP waivers for 18 states to restrict purchases of certain unhealthy items, primarily soda, including regular/diet. Because a lot of people, it's a lot of overweight people on food stamps, which is why we're doing this. And it's something called a fat mind. When you're overweight, you have this mind. And I know a lot of them are going to say, well, maybe diet soda, I could still buy 0-calorie soda, or it's not really soda. No, let me read to you the brand new provisions so you don't have to wonder when you go in there with your food stamps and you try to buy soda and you say, well, it's diet soda, it's 0-calorie soda. No, all of it. 18 states restrict purchases of a certain unhealthy item as primarily soda, and this includes regular, diet, and 0-calorie in some states, candy, energy drinks, and sometimes prepared desserts. So if you was buying Hostesses, Ho-Hos, donuts, and cupcakes instead of buying nourishment with your EBT, because you're supposed to be broke and hungry, and you're supposed to be poor, and you need food and nourishment, you're supposed to be buying nourishing things with the EBT card, and you was buying Hostesses and Twinkies and cupcakes, then you can't buy those sugary stacks started in 2026. These changes are part of the Make America Healthy Again, MAGA initiative aimed to promote nutrition. Restrictions vary slightly by state. Some ban only soda, some including candy, energy drinks, and implementing from January 1st and later on the year. The states include Arkansas, Colorado, write this down in case you didn't know. Arkansas, no soda. Colorado, Florida, Hawaii, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Louisiana, Missouri, Nebraska, North Dakota, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, and West Virginia. These are the states that accepted RFK's MAGA waiver. List each state restrictions. Each state has a different restriction. I'm going to break it down for you. They're banning soda in Arkansas. Each state has a different restriction. Some are more strict than others. Arkansas bans soda, including low calorie, no calorie, and they also are banning candy, fruit, vegetable drinks with 50% or less natural juice and other unhealthy drinks effective July 1st, 2026. Somebody in the chat asked about Arkansas. Double tap, hit the like button. Somebody in the chat asked about Arkansas. So that it's funny you brought up Arkansas, because Arkansas was the first state on my list. Arkansas banned soda, including low to no calorie, candy, fruit/vegetable drinks with less than 50% natural juice and other unhealthy drinks effective July 1st, 2026. Shout out to the big, beautiful bill. Shout out to Trump. Shout out to Maha. Shout out to MAGA. Double tap, hit the like button. Shout out to MAGA. It's Mega MAGA Monday. We're preparing you for 2026. I don't know how many people are educating voters or educating the audience, but I'm preparing you for 2026. I haven't given my opinion. I'm just educating you. Shout out to Mike Herr, FBA 513. Mike, you got to join the channel, man. I almost missed you, man. Become a member, man. Everybody in the chat. David Sayers, man, I almost missed you, man. Double tap, man. Hit the like. David, I almost missed you. Got to join the channel. Become a member, man. Everybody that's my subscribers, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. When you subscribe, you're going to get a plus sign. That plus sign will allow you to join the channel, become a member, and then you will have access to special emojis, special live streams, and you will get information like this first before anybody else. Today, we are talking about the MAGA waiver that is going to prohibit Trump campaigned on this. We're talking about campaign promises that have come true and campaign promises that, do you remember the time? Do you remember the time when we fell in love? Do you remember Obama? Do you remember? Do you remember, girl, in the park at the dark? What about us, girl? Do you remember? Do you remember? What about minimum wage? What about health care? What about abortion? Do you remember the Democrat promises? Do you remember Biden promised to shut down student loans? Do you remember? Do you remember, girl? Do you remember the time of hope and change? Do you remember Obama? Do you remember Obama? Do you remember, girl? He promised free health care, and you didn't get none of that. Democrats, do you remember? Democrats. Democrats, do you remember Democrats? Well, let's go down and walk down memory lane. We started off with Arkansas. But now we're going to the next state. What are we talking about this morning? We talking about changes. We're talking about change for food. Yeah, food stamp changes, EBT changes. Did you know that 18 states? Now check this out. I had to explain this to my wife because my wife, she's very intelligent, but I talk real fast. So check this out. This may be expanding to more states, and it may get more restrictive in the states that have already accepted the waivers. What you need to understand is that Robert F. Kennedy and MAGA, Make America Healthy Again, sent out waivers to all 50 states. All 50 states have the option now to restrict your EBT cards from buying sugary drinks and unhealthy items. This is in response to the Affordable Care Act subsidies expiring, Obamacare dying. Obamacare is dying, and we have unhealthy, obese Americans. What is the answer? Do we continue to make insurance companies trillions of dollars? Trump said stocks went up 46,000%. It should be illegal. Obamacare never was what it promised. Obamacare ran on a promise. You remember Zorani Mordani? Biden ran on a promise. Democrats keep promising things that they can't deliver. Obama ran on a promise to give you free health care. He talked about Sweden and all these countries who have free health care. Well, shit, Israel has free health care that we pay for. So Obama said, you deserve free health care. Or everybody said hope and change. Do you remember when Obama said hope and change? You bought into hope and change. You believed in health care, free health care. But Obama and the Democrats didn't give you free health care. No, they gave you the Affordable Care Act. They gave you subsidies. They gave you Obamacare. Now, what the hell is Obamacare. Don't it sound like welfare? Don't it sound like some bullshit? Don't it sound like shitballs? From the beginning, it wasn't what we promised. It wasn't what he promised. It wasn't what you voted for. It wasn't hope. It wasn't change. It was a payout. Who remembers TARP? Who remembers TARP? Can anybody put TARP in the chat? We're gonna have a foundation. We're gonna build. We got time. We don't have to rush. 2026 is around the corner. We're gonna tell you why the Affordable Care Act is expiring. Anybody remember TARP? Anybody know about quantitative easing? Do you guys remember they promised you free health care? You didn't get free health care. You made insurance companies. Obama made more millionaires and billionaires than any other president. You may look around and say, where all these millionaires came from? Tucker Carlson, shout out to Tucker Carlson, shout out to all the MAGA Knights, all my deplorables. Tucker Carlson said, where are these billionaires and millionaires? Well, quantitative easing and Barack Obama and TARP, they gave out money, Obamacare. He created more millionaires and billionaires. That's where all this expansion of wealth came from, the Democrats. But did you get a raise? Did you get a raise? Did you get a raise? Did the minimum wage move 1 penny? Did minimum wage 8 years under Obama? Do you remember, girl? How much did it cost to buy rent, to buy shoes, to buy gas? Democrats, do you remember how much it cost? 2008, because the minimum wage was the same, $7.25. The federal minimum wage was the same, $7.25. But wait a minute, there a lot of rich people. We never had trillionaires before. We never had so many billionaires before. We never had so many millionaires before. So all this wealth expansion under the Democratic Party, but you didn't get a raise. Not one fucking dime. Not one fucking dime to the American people. No, the minimum wage has stayed the same for 20 years under 15 years of Democratic rule. So I just want to ask you, do you remember? Do you remember 2008? Do you remember the promises of Obamacare? Do you remember the promises of student loan debt being wiped away magically? No more student loan. Biden can't stay awake at the podium, but with the wave of a wand, Democrats have a hissy fit every time Trump, and by the way, Trump signed 225 executive orders, the most in American history. I said Donald Trump is the most productive and the most successful second-term president. Biden falls asleep, but then with a magic wand, he wants to take away student debt without going to Congress, without making an appropriations bill they can sign into law like the big, beautiful bill. Why can't the Democrats get any policy done? Can we have a talk this morning? Why can't the Democrats get any policy done? Why couldn't they fix Obamacare? Because it's dead. Obamacare is dead. Today, the conversation, we're building a foundation. Obamacare dies. It's on the time clock. Obamacare, the hope and change that they promised you, you can no longer refer back to. The Black Panther is dead. The King of Wakanda is no more. Obamacare expires. Mike Johnson and the Republicans have allowed Obamacare to expire, but you should be happy because it's 2025. Obamacare was crafted in 2008 based on the Republican bill from Mitt Romney. You guys don't like the Heritage Foundation. You guys don't like Project 2025. You guys don't like the big, beautiful bill. But who crafted the Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act? That was the Mitt Romney health care bill. And it wasn't as good as the Mitt Romney bill. I just want to talk to you about remember the time, 2008 exactly, and what's going to happen in 2026. How long did the Democrats have to fix healthcare? Can we have an honest talk? Can we have an honest talk? How long? We talked about it last week. 15 years. The Democrats had 15 years to fix healthcare. They started in 2008 with a shitty bill. Obama admitted it was a shitty bill. Obama said we need help. We can't get the single payer. We can't do this. We can't do that. We're sorry, American people. We promised you, American people. Do you remember, girl? when they promised you health care, but then they came back and took it out from underneath you like a rug, just like Zorani Mordani in New York promised you free buses, promised you, where is the money going to come from? We're coming out of recovery. We're coming out of a moratorium, a rent a moratorium, a water bill a moratorium, PG&E a moratorium. New York is in debt. We saw Cuomo stacking up dead bodies in trailers like Lincoln logs. Where was New York going to get the money? New York couldn't even keep the old people alive during the pandemic. Where are we going to get the money to pay for free buses? Barack Obama, where are we going to get the money to pay for free health care? Zorani, where are we going to get the money to pay for free child care? I look at the Democrats and I scratch my head, bro. I look at the Democrats and I look at the people who run. I listen to the propaganda and I say, okay, I understand why you want free buses. I understand why you want free child care. But why don't you understand who and how it gets paid for and nothing is free? I get it, Democrats. You want free health care. You think you're supposed to have free health care. I get it. But why don't you understand how it gets paid for? Don't you understand the subsidies? How many people understand the Affordable Care Act subsidies are expiring? Why are they expiring? Because Democrats don't understand you have to pay for your wants and desires. The Democrat promise, do you remember all of the promises? You have to pay for your wants and desires. Do you guys understand? You have to pay for free health care. You have to pay for free buses. Somebody does. Somebody has to pay for the free buses. Somebody has to pay for the free child care because your children have to eat while they're at the daycare center. Someone has to have a degree in child development to work and take care of the children while they're at the daycare center. None of that is free. Why did New Yorkers ask Zorani, we love your 3-point plan. We want all of the things. How are you going to pay for it? That's what I remember about politics and policy. How are you going to pay for it? Zorani, Mardani, the Marani, how are you going to pay for it? Barack Obama, we want free health care. How are you going to pay for it? Joe Biden, we want student loans forgiven. How are you going to pay for it? Do you understand? See, the big, beautiful bill gives tax cuts, right? People don't like the big, beautiful bill. We can debate the big, beautiful bill. The big, beautiful bill provides tax cuts, but the big, beautiful bill also provides how do you pay for those tax cuts? Well, we're shrinking the entitlements. Now, some people say that's not fair, but it's math. Some people say it's not fair, but it's math. So we're shrinking the entitlements, the food stamps, the welfare, the TANF, the cash aid, the WIC. There's work requirements, and we understand less people will be on welfare. We're taking away dead people off of Social Security, and then we're giving that to tax cuts. See how we pay for it in the big, beautiful bill? But this is not provided in the Affordable Care Act. So in the Affordable Care Act, they had to come back 10 years later. Thank God Biden got elected, because if Biden didn't get elected, the Affordable Care Act would have died 5 years ago. Does anybody understand politics and policy? Thank God Biden got elected, because the Affordable Care Act would have died already. How many people understand that? The Affordable Care Act would have died already. But Biden gave expenditures to pay for something that couldn't pay for us. You see, I'm laying the foundation. But see, Biden made the subsidies temporary, right? Biden could have fixed it. The question today, as the Affordable Care Act expires, why didn't the Democrats with 12 years in the White House fix it? Why didn't they fix Obamacare and create something to pay for it? Tax cuts, tax hikes. Why didn't they provide provisions within the policy to pay for Obamacare? Why did Biden need to create temporary subsidies that expire in hours? You know, people are going to have hikes. People are going to have debts going up. I'm going to talk about student loans. Do you know what's happening in 2026? Your medical bills are going to go up. Do you understand that? Because of Democrats' lack of understanding and lack of foresight. Your student loan, all of your expenditures, student loans are going to go up. I'm going to read to you the details and the changes with student loans. How many people understand? Right now, I'm laying the foundation and I'm reading to you the states that in 2026 are no longer going to allow food stamps to buy soda. How many people are understanding, right? Huh? How many people are understanding? Let's get back into it. We started with Arkansas. Right now, we're talking about the states in 2026. How many hours until 2026? How many hours until 2026, right? How many hours? Let's talk about it. In 2026, these states will not be allowed to buy soda, candy, and sugary drinks. I'm going to break down more details. This is the best show on YouTube. We got the best chat, W chat. I do everything you say. I do everything you say. Makes perfect sense. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody watching right now, I'm going to ask a huge favor. I'm going to ask a huge favor to everyone watching right now. If you are being entertained, if you are learning, I would ask right now you double tap the like button, let YouTube and the algorithm know that you are participating. Hit the screen twice or on your keyboard, hit the thumbs up. Colorado primarily restricts soft drinks and may include candy, energy drinks, varies in reports. So I started off by saying just soda, but it includes soda and candy, no longer in 18 states. Florida bans soda, energy drinks, candy, ultra-processed prepared desserts like Little Debbie, Edamons, and Tasty Cakes, effective April 2026. I'm going to read that again. Florida. Just so people understand, each state is different. 18 states have accepted the MAGA waiver. All 50 states got the waiver, which means give them permission to now, from 2026, restrict items that can be purchased with federal EBT cards. Now, I've read to you Arkansas and Colorado. We're stopping on Florida because Florida is one of the most restrictive states. Florida bans soda, energy drinks, candy, ultra-processed prepared desserts like Little Debbie's, Edamons, and Tasty Cake brands, and it's effective April 2026. Hawaii bans soft drinks, non-alcoholic carbonated beverages with less than or greater than 10% sugar per serving, excludes milk-based or 50% less than juice drinks, effective around August 2026. This is what's rolling out in 2026. Pay attention. These are bans to EBT and food stamps. And you notice these are mostly red states. Idaho bans soda and candy. Idaho bans soda and candy can no longer be purchased in 2026 hours from now with your EBT card. Indiana bans soft drinks and candy effective January 1st, 2026. Does anybody hear about this? I haven't heard about this. Indiana bans soft drinks and candy effective January 2026. If you live in Indiana and you have an EBT card, your EBT card on January 1st will no longer allow you. We're going to do a show on January 2nd. I want somebody to come in from Indiana and tell me, show me a receipt and show me what happened when you try to buy soda in Indiana. And that's just a couple days away. It's a couple days away. Iowa bans most state taxable food items. I didn't understand this. Let's go into this because some states are very strict. Iowa bans most state taxable food items. For example, soda, candy, gum, flavored water, juice drinks with less than 50% of fruit, packaged popcorn, marshmallows, etc. Iowa has one of the most expansive bans, and this also goes into effect January 1st. Now, if you're listening, all of these restrictions are not effective January 1st. If you recall, Hawaii is August, Arkansas is July, but Iowa, with some of the most restrictive measures, is effective in a couple hours. This is so important. I don't understand what else should be getting talked about when we talk about politics. Iowa in a couple hours, if you get your EBT on the 1st, a lot of people get their food stamps at the 1st of the month. In Iowa, it's going to ban most state taxable food items: soda, candy, gum, flavored water, juice drinks, packaged popcorn, marshmallows. That's all effective in hours. Louisiana bans soft drinks, sweetened carbonated energy drinks with added stimulants and candy, and this is effective in February. You see how it's tiered and staggered throughout the states. Louisiana ban doesn't go into effect until February. Make sure you take a note. Missouri restricts soda, candy, and energy drinks. Details tailored, later implementation possible. So Missouri, more details to roll out about Missouri. Nebraska, primary soda and candy. North Dakota restricts soda, candy, and energy drinks. Oklahoma restricts soda, candy, and energy drinks. South Carolina, now I'm assuming that all the states that don't have a date, the restrictions will go into effect January 1st. I'm assuming all the states that don't have a date, the restrictions go into effect January 1st. You guys help me out in the chat. South Carolina bans soda, candy, energy drinks. It's effective August 31st, 2026. Do you see how it's tiered? Tennessee restricts soda, candy, and energy drinks. There's no date, so I'm assuming on January 1st. Texas bans soda, energy drinks, candy, and prepared desserts. So Texas is another state that's taking a broad strike at the waiver. Texas is also banning energy drinks, soda, candy, and the Edamons, the Tasty Cakes, and the Hostess. It's effective April 2026. Utah bans soft drinks, and that goes into effect January 1st. Virginia bans sweetened carbonated beverages, included diet sodas, zero-calorie sodas, carbonated energy drinks with sweeteners, artificial ingredients, and that's effective April 1st. West Virginia restricts soda, carbonated beverages with sweeteners, including artificial. No date for West Virginia, so we're going to assume January 1st. This demonstration waivers under MAGA initiative, so states monitor impacts. Exact prohibited items list may be redefined. Check your state's SNAP agency for final details closer to implementation. Outside these states, soda and similar items remain fully eligible nationwide. If you need more information, subscribe to my channel and we will talk about this further in 20. Do you guys understand what's going on? Double tap, hit the like button. We're laying a foundation for today's discussion about the Affordable Care Act subsidies expiring, but I wanted to start off with the student loan discussion, right? I saw this video about student loans, and just like with the EBT waivers, I don't think Americans understand the changes coming to student loans in 2026. So let's take a look at this video of a purple-haired protester, and he's complaining about the student loan debacle. Now, Biden and Obama made promises, right, that they would wave a magic wand. See, they get mad at Trump. Trump has signed 225 executive orders in 1 year, 12 months. During Trump's first administration, he only signed 220. Trump is the most productive and the most successful second-term president that we've ever saw. Barack Obama, to contrast, is juxtaposed as a lame duck. Barack Obama's second term, he didn't get anything done. Trump got the big, beautiful bill passed, trillion-dollar legislation. We are now seeing the implementations of MAGA and MAGA. When you see EBT restrictions, when you see brand new restrictions for welfare, for WIC, when you see brand new restrictions for student loans and no longer accepting $5 payments, you are seeing the results of the big, beautiful bill, MAGA and MAGA, what we all voted for. If you're here and you voted for Trump, you should be ecstatic that what we have accomplished in 12 months, 225 executive orders. Today, we're also going to talk about peace. It's not all about money. It's not all about, it's America first. When you talk about America first, America needs money. America needs money, right? America needs money. So when we talk about America, America first is like Doge, right? And making sure the money goes to where it's supposed to go to. The Department of Education being shut down. The Department of War going after cocaine in South America instead of Chicago, Southside Chicago. This is putting America first. This is what we voted for. And we're actually seeing the results. 250,000 immigrants arrested. 80% of these immigrants were criminals. How do you know? How does ICE know where to go? Does anybody understand what's happening in America? How does ICE know where to go? How are we so successful at arresting so many deportees? Because these individuals committed crimes while in the country, not having permission to be in the country. So what happens when you get arrested, right? Listen, I need to explain to everybody why ICE and Chattahoochee Crunch and Charlotte's Web and all of the implementations in Minneapolis and Charlotte and Louisiana have been so successful. So because we have a lot of criminals who are not citizens. So if you're a criminal and you get arrested, you go to court and then you get prosecuted, and then the judge says you have to go back home. So these guys come to America without permission. They commit a crime, they get arrested, and they get something called a deportee order. Are you guys listening? This is why ICE has been so successful, why ICE knows where to go, because these guys are criminals and they have been given orders by American judges. So the Democrats say due process and they get to see a judge. Surprise, they've already seen a judge because they've committed a crime and the judge says you need to self-deport. And a lot of them have given a date. They've been given a date. You need to self-deport by this date because you committed a crime. You could have been eligible for the DREAM Act or for a lot of things that America offers because America is the greatest country in the world. And even though you didn't come here through the proper process, we still would have worked with you. But if you commit a crime, we are no longer going to work with you. We're going to ask you to self-deport. Here's the date. You have deportation orders. And what you see with a lot of these cases, when you see people crying, they say, well, I was a bad person 20 years ago, but I've been in America 20 years and I've been working and I'm good. But brother, you committed a crime and you had deportation orders and you were told to leave. You just never left. So why are you mad at Trump? Why are you mad at ICE? Why are you mad at this initiative that is just enforcing? It's a lot like the drug boats. It's a lot like the oil tanker. The oil tanker was sanctioned by Biden. Why are Democrats mad at Trump for arresting the oil tanker that Biden sanctioned? Why are Democrats mad at Trump for asking deportees that have been giving a deportation date? We're giving them airplanes. We're flying them back home. You committed a crime. You had a deportation date. You were supposed to leave. You stayed 20 years. So now we're supposed to feel sorry for you. We're supposed to feel sorry for you because you stayed 20 years. We're supposed to feel sorry for you because you stayed 20 years, right? And now we're supposed to let you stay, even though you have a deportation date, and I come knock on your door. Now listen to this, you guys. They committed a crime. They have a deportation date, but yet they stay at the house. They're still at the same house. So ICE doesn't know if this idiot is still living here, despite being a criminal, despite having deportation orders. ICE doesn't know the idiot is still. So ICE knocks on the door, and surprise, surprise, this guy who has a criminal record and deportation orders is sitting on the fucking couch watching fucking football. Get your ass up. Get your ass up, put on these handcuffs, and get in the goddamn ICE vehicle. I can't believe you still sitting here. I can't believe you're still in front of Home Depot, despite having deportation orders. I can't believe it. What's wrong with them staying, though? What has improved since these people were deported? I really want to know what the numbers say. A lot has improved. We have added jobs for the first time, 64,000 jobs. I played a video, just to give you an example. I played a video from a UPS driver. Now, as a black person, I remember the lawsuit against FedEx and UPS, where black drivers had an issue working in the plant, becoming drivers, right? And getting out hired by possibly people who weren't citizens, right? So there's a new law that says, because of, and I'm going to play a video and tell a story later about people in the CDLs and the accidents on the highway. So there's a brand new policy. You know, Trump has a brand new transportation secretary, not Pete Buttigieg, who didn't do shit about the problem. The brand new transportation secretary has withheld $41 million from California, right? And $25 million from Colorado. This has resulted in change at the USPS that will no longer hire workers who do not have citizenship, right? So now, even immediately, Americans have jobs and more drivers Truck driving is a great job. A lot of black men who have been incarcerated can go be a truck driver and make good livings. But now there's a lot of competition because people who are not American citizens are able to obtain CDLs in Democratic states like Colorado and California, right? Immediately when these policies go into effect, black men get jobs. American men now have to get hired by these institutions. And I reported on this channel, it's already happening. It's literally already happening. You have changes at USPS. You have changes in Colorado. It's not called CDL, not CDLs. I'm gonna call it whatever I want. We always call them L's, and you can stay, but that's not funny. I'm gonna call them whatever I want. Just to answer your question, that's just to give a great example about how what ICE is doing is helping employment numbers, not fake. This is not fake news. This is real news, real changes at USPS, real changes from the Department of Immigration withholding 40 million from California that results in changes. Real changes, 25 million being threatened to be withheld from Colorado. This is policy, real policy, not promises that results in benefits for the American people. Do you guys understand? I got my research up to date. I'm doing the answers. Thank you for reporting real news. You know I'm gonna do my thing. Let's talk about the student loans and the promises the Democrats made. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's talk about the student loans and do you remember the promises the Democrats made?
Trump and this administration is going to start garnishing fucking wages to get their money back for those student loans. They're going to steal people's money before they ever touch it to pay off those loans. And you might be going, hey, that money's owed. That money is owed. They borrowed that money. They borrowed it. Okay, what about all the subsidies and all the fucking bailouts that we've given all the fucking multi-million billionaire corporations? You want to go after the fucking poorest of the poor? The people who can't afford to pay off their student loan that you convinced them they needed to fucking get because they needed a fucking degree. Trump and this administration is going to start garnishing fucking wages to get their money back for those student loans. They're going to steal people's money before they ever touch it to pay off those loans. And you might be going, hey, that money's owed. That money is owed. They borrowed that money. They borrowed it. Okay, what about all the subsidies and all the fucking bailouts that we've given all the fucking multi-million billionaire corporations? You want to go after the fucking poorest of the poor? The people who can't afford to pay off their student loan that you convinced them they needed to fucking get because they needed a fucking degree. Trump.
So just so you, let's break it down. Let's get into it. Let's break it down. Let's get into it. So I educated people on the EBT changes. We're gonna talk about the we're also gonna break down some details about the tax, the tips, and the overtime. So let's get into it, right? Let's get into it. Let's educate the people, right? Let's educate the people on this. Let's start from let's go back in time. I said, do you remember? Now, Biden made a promise. The Supreme Court blocked President Biden's plan to cancel up to $400 billion in student loan debt in June 2023, ruling 6-3 that he overstepped his executive authority, stating only Congress could authorize such a massive financial program under the HEROES Act. This is the foundation for our discussion today. Did you guys remember this? I said, do you remember the time? Do you remember the time? Do you remember Obama? Do you remember, y'all? Do you remember Obama made a promise? Biden made a promise in the Supreme Court under Biden. The Supreme Court blocked President Biden's plan to cancel up to $400 billion in student loan debt June 2023, ruling 6-3 that he overstepped his executive authority. This is 2026. There is an election in 2026. There's an election in 2028. We're going to lay the foundation. So don't say Trump is the reason why the Democrats lose in 2026. I am telling you why the Democrats are going to lose in 2026. That is so obvious. The Democrats have nothing to run on. When you see the brand new changes, how much money is going to cost you, you got to ask Obama, you got to ask Biden, you got to ask Kamala, whatever the hell her damn name is. Why didn't you guys fix this shit in the 12 years you had in office? Did you guys listen? Do you remember in the park, on the dark, you and me? What about Democrats? $400 billion in student loans. They didn't go to Congress. See, Trump has signed 225 executive orders. The big, beautiful bill went through appropriations, got signed into law in July. The reason this was unsuccessful was just like a lot of Democrat policy, just like Obamacare, they didn't go to Congress. They didn't pass an adequate bill. They didn't give you the law that you deserve. They could have changed federal minimum wage. They could have made abortion a federal law. What policy have the Democrats truly, really given you in all of the time that you've elected them? 8 years with Obama, 4 years under Biden. What policy, not just promises like this, not Obamacare that's going to expire. What policies, I'm asking you, do you remember? Do you remember hope and change? Do you remember the time? Do you remember hope and change? What were the policies that you benefited from? What did you benefit from? What did you get? Right? He promised you student loan. Let's talk about it. Let's do a foundation, because I'm going to tell you brand new changes coming in 2026. You better get ready. You better get ready. You better get ready. You guys, whoever have student loans, you probably already know about the deferment, right? But let's lay a foundation before we get into the deferment, before we get into the save plan. You see my title, you see the thumbnail, you see the description. It's the most fire show. Back at it like a crack at it, automatic like a Fomatic, built for tragedy, made for static. It's your boy, Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast, in and out with a dash. 2025 won't last. We're going to get this done real fast. Double tap, hit the like button, man. So what exactly Donald Trump is doing right now for anyone besides himself? I'm going to tell you what he's doing right now. Pay attention. It's called the big, beautiful, glorious bill. Tell them again, man. Yo, guys, tell them again, man. They want their ass wiped. It's not about what Donald Trump did for you. Donald Trump is doing everything that I asked. 250,000 deportees, 64,000 jobs added. Inflation came in under 2.7. They said inflation would skyrocket under Donald Trump tariffs. Did you know the troops are getting 1776? Did you know farmers got 12 billion? It's not about what Trump did for me. Trump is kicking ass. What did the Democrats do for you? Do you remember? Do you remember the promises? Do you remember? Whoa, that MAGA. Do you remember? What did Biden give you besides Sleepy Joe? Let's go, Brandon. Oh, wait, you wanted tampons in the bathroom. Oh, wait, you wanted transgender to read books to kids. Oh, wait, you want men and women sports. That's what you got. You got a purple agenda. You got swimsuits at Target. You got transgender on a Bud Light can. You didn't get any policy though. You didn't get any politics though. You didn't get any policy. You didn't get any politics. Nothing. What did you get? Please tell me. That's all the question is. That's all we talking about this morning. No, it's not delusion. It's reality. And the reality is there's no answer. The reality is there's no answer, because you had a lot of time in the White House and nothing got accomplished. Let's talk about it. The Supreme Court blocked President Biden that canceled up to a $400 billion in student loan debt. Do you remember Biden had a campaign promise about your student loan debt? Remember Obama had a campaign promise about free health care. Remember the Morani promised free buses, free child care, rent freezes. The Democrats be promising a lot. Wish in one hand and shit in the other, and then vote Democrat. That's what you do. Wish in one hand, shit in the other, and vote Democrat. And just pray. Just pray something happens, because they never do anything. They don't raise the minimum wage. They don't give you health care. They don't give you free buses. They didn't pause the rent. You didn't get child care. What did you get? Okay, let's talk about it, because you're going to have to wake up in 2026 when it comes to these student loans. Biden promised. Biden and Kamala Harris had a campaign promise, right? Biden and Kamala Harris had I don't know if you're going to be able to afford your food, but you got what you voted for. The court, they made a campaign promise about canceling student loan debt. I just played a video of a purple hair protester who wants his student loan debt canceled because he's equating his life to a billionaire. I don't know why he's doing that, but he's equating his life to a billionaire corporation that employs thousands of people and has stock exchange representation, and you just a purple hair protester. Now listen to this. The Supreme Court canceled Biden's plan to cancel up to $400 billion in student loan debt in 2023 in a 6-3 ruling. It wasn't even close. That he overstepped his executive authority, stating only Congress through a bill, through a law, go to Congress, right? The Democrats don't do policy. Only Congress could authorize such a massive financial program under the HEROES Act. This decision affected over 40 million borrowers. But Biden pledged to pursue alternative relief, continuing efforts to provide debt relief through other means like income-driven repayment plans, targeted IBRs, right? The SAVE plan that will expire under the big, beautiful bill in December 31st, within a matter of hours. Plans targeted forgiveness, which has since helped millions. Key details of ruling. So let's get into this. Let's get into this. I want to show you guys what I got here on these what I have researched, and I want to educate you guys on this these changes that are coming. Yo, Patriots, MAGA Nation, what's up? You absolute legends. I want to say, everybody, double tap, hit the like button. What's up to all of my deplorables and MAGA Knights, my absolute legends? This is your boy, Perfect Timing Podcast, dropping the most explosive, base, MAGA-orientated, record-shattering episode yet. 2 hours of pure fire of Trump massive wins. We're talking Ukraine peace closer than ever. Student loan socialism demolished. Obamacare finally crumbling. No more hope and change under its own failure. If you're sick of fake news and lies, smash the like button right now. We're aiming for millions of views, millions of subscribers. Hit the like button, hit the subscription bell, share this far and wide. America first, winning bigly. Let's go. Let's go. MAGA Monday, baby. Let's go. MAGA Monday. Let's go. Folks, President Trump is the greatest deal maker ever, back in charge and fixing Biden's messes in record time. Yesterday, December 28th, he hosted Zelensky at a glorious Mar-a-Lago after a killer call with Putin. Today, we're breaking it all down, no holding back. So let's get in. We started with the student loan, then I'm gonna go into Zelensky at Mar-a-Lago. Biden's illegal SAVE plan terminated. December 9th, settlement with Missouri. No new enrollments pending, denied. 8 million borrowers kicked to the real plan with actual payment. Courts ruled it overreach. No mass forgiveness on taxpayer backs. Now, do you understand? I just said that Biden lost in 2023, and now December 9th, the SAVE plan. So you got Obamacare dying December 31st, and also the SAVE plan dying. Why are all these things dying? Why were they all temporary? Why weren't they made laws? This is their Democratic Party not doing real policy. They can try to blame Trump, but I'm going to give to you what's really happening. They did not create policy, right? They did not create laws when they had the opportunity to create laws, not for you anyway. They created laws for transgender. They created laws for all these other things. They had an agenda, but the agenda was not addressing the needs, the kitchen table needs of American people. So people always say, why do you vote Democrat? Why do you vote Republican? My question is, why did you vote Democrat? What did you really get? What did you really get? Check this out. Trump glorious one big beautiful bill signed in July. How did Trump get $1 trillion legislation passed in 7 months? He got to be the best president ever. Do you know what a lame duck is? I've been telling people for the last 3 days what a lame duck president is. As I talk about the big beautiful bill, as I talk about the changes coming to student loans, do you guys realize that Trump done this in his second term? Do you guys understand the ramifications and the understanding that Trump has accomplished these things within 12 months of a second term? He still has 3 years. Trump still has 3 years. This is amazing. Why is this important? Because what did you vote for? What did you get? The MAGA Knights are excited. I'm telling you, MAGA is excited on a MAGA Monday because we keep winning. We keep getting Christmas grits. It ain't even Christmas and Trump keep giving Christmas presents. I talked about the Obamacare expiring. Now today I'm talking about the SAVE plan expiring and all these Democratic giveaways that never had any way to pay for them. I said all these Democratic giveaways that never had a way to be paid for. So what we're talking about right now is the big beautiful bill and why there are changes. The SAVE plan was shut down December 9th. So when Biden lost the $400 billion, this is why I laid the foundation and read to you that Biden lost $400 billion. His plan, his executive order got shut down by the Supreme Court. So when Biden's plan for the $400 billion, remember he promised black women, Kamala Harris, Kamala Harris went to a black college and she pledged a black university and black women thought they would get their student loans forgiven by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Y'all remember that? Kamala, Barack. Is she black? I don't know if she's black. If she want to be black, I don't care if she's black. I didn't know she was black. It's okay if she's black. They promised they would give a forgiveness plan and just wipe away student loans. Like they could just have free money, right? And they all went on vacation and got BBLs. Remember this? Who remembers this? Well, surprise, the Supreme Court said no. The Supreme Court said no. The Supreme Court took back the $400 billion that was promised, right? The Supreme Court said no, you just can't give away $400 billion ski-wee, right? You can't just go ski-wee Kamala Harris and you can't just go Meg Thee Stallion and you can't just go Gorilla and Beyonce. You just can't go Beyonce and Michelle and say ski-wee and get rid of $400 billion in debt, right? Because they're the most educated, right? They're the most educated. They got all the degrees. I'm a PhD, right? They have all the degrees. They're so educated, but they don't want to pay for their degree. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? The most educated group of people don't want to pay for their degrees. The most educated group of people, ain't that something? If you're the most educated, then you should understand that somebody got to pay for the degree. They all went on vacation and got BBL. Yeah, Biden promised free school. I'm gonna forgive your student loans, but the Supreme Court said $400 billion. No. So Biden created something called the SAVE plan. The SAVE plan allowed people to defer loans and pay $5 a month, basically. And most people never paid, right? Again, a basic giveaway, right? So in lieu of the Supreme Court denying Biden his $400 billion giveaway, that it was a campaign promise that he reneged on, MAGA Monday, MAGA Monday, oh that MAGA. So Biden reneged on his promise to forgive student loans, so he created the SAVE plan, and the SAVE plan it created deferment. A lot of you experienced deferment the past 4 or 5 years. How many people had their loans in deferment? How many people were, the reason you had your loans in deferment is because Biden created something called the SAVE plan, but he did not make it a law. You guys understand? He did not, a lot like the Affordable Care Act subsidies that expire. So you don't even know where you're getting hit. You're getting hit from all areas. You're getting hit from this area, your bill's going up. This area of your bill's going up. And it's nothing to do with Trump. It has nothing to do with Trump. It has nothing. This is the amazing part about this celebration that we're having today, right? Because everybody wants to blame Trump, but it truly has nothing to do with Trump. These are all Democratic policies as they stand. That's why Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, the majority leader, is such a great politician. Pay your debt. pay their debt. That's why Mike Johnson, majority leader and Speaker of the House, is such a great politician, because what he did by denying the vote to the Democrats until January, it really makes the American people truly understand that the results that you're dealing with, the pain that you will see when your health care goes up, when your student loan goes up, is a result of Democratic policy, good or bad. The Republicans have nothing to do with the Affordable Care Act subsidies expiring. The Republicans have nothing to do with the savings plan expiring. Yeah, you could say you could say that we could extend it if we wanted to, right? But we're not going to. Mike Johnson is the greatest, because I say let the Democrats live with their failure. Let the Democrats live with their failure. The Democrats created Obamacare, and the Democrats created the temporary subsidies that expire. The Democrats created the temporary subsidies of the savings plan that expire. And now your deferment is going away, and your student loans will now go up, and they will start. What did that video say? Let's play the video again. What did that video say? That they are going to start garnishing wages.
And this
is per the big, beautiful bill. Pay attention, everybody. We're talking about the student loans in 2026 and Trump garnishing wages.
Trump and this administration is going to start garnishing fucking wages to get their money back for those student loans.
Isn't that correct? I agree with that. I agree with that assessment. Garnishing wages to get their money back. I said, Zorani, who's going to pay for the free buses? Who's going to pay for the child care, right? Who's going to pay for the rent freezing, right? Someone has to pay for it. So I love the way that started off, right? Because he is correct, right? Someone has to get the money back. That's what Make America Great Again, America First is all about. I totally agree with that assessment. Trump is going to garnish your wages to get the money back that Biden and the Democrats gave away. Yes, because America is broke. Let's have a conversation this morning.
This administration is going to start garnishing fucking wages to get their money back for those student loans. They're going to steal people's money before they ever touch it to pay off those loans. And you might be going, hey, that money's owed. That money is owed. They borrowed that money. They borrowed it. Okay, what about all the subsidies and all the fucking bailouts that we've given all the fucking multi-million billionaire corporations? You want to go after the fucking poorest of the poor? The people who can't afford to pay off their student loan that you convinced them they needed to fucking get because they needed a fucking degree. Trump and this administration is going to start garnishing fucking wages to get their money back.
Let's talk about it this morning. This is the conversation we have. This is the first story. We got a bunch of stories today. This is my lead story. We already gave education on the EBT waivers that are coming in 2026. In 2026, 18 states will not allow you to buy soda, sugary drinks, candy, Hostess, cupcakes, and all that shit. I read the details. I gave all 18 states. Now we're moving from a foundational perspective to student loans, and then we're going to grow to Affordable Care Act subsidies. Student loans are going to go through massive changes in 2026 per the big beautiful bill, per the savings plan expiring. I want to educate you on those changes so that you are aware and you can be prepared. Trump's glorious One Big Beautiful Bill Act signed into law, unlike anything I'm talking about with the Democrats. Signed into law July 2025, phases out generous IDR by 2028. Remember I explained to you IDR? Y'all want to read it again? Let me read it to you again. What truly happened? Why are we talking about this today? The Supreme Court blocked President Biden's plan to cancel up to $400 billion in student loan debt. Remember when Kamala Harris went to a black college and they promised their constituents that they would cancel they would cancel their debt? Well, in June 2023, the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that he overstepped his executive authority, stating only Congress through a law, not executive order, could authorize such a massive financial program. Now, he was president, Kamala was vice president. They could have went to Congress. They could have created a bill, passed it into law to do this $400 billion waiver, but they didn't. That's what we're talking about here this morning, just like the Affordable Care Act subsidies, but they didn't. This decision affected over 40 million borrowers. But Biden pledged, listen to this. This is what we're talking about this morning with big, beautiful bill changes. But Biden pledged to pursue alternative relief, continuing efforts, and provide debt relief through other means like income-driven repayment, IDR. Remember that term, hashtag IDR in the chat. Plans that targeted forgiveness, which has since helped millions. Court reasoning. The majority, led by Chief Justice John Roberts, said HEROES Act did not grant the president power to unilaterally cancel such a large amount of debt. It was a major question for Congress. Impact: prevented broad, immediate debt cancellation, leading to resumed loan payments for millions after pandemic pause. This is just the details of what we're talking about. So when Biden got shut down, he created something called the savings plan. The savings plan will now expire under the big, beautiful bill. Do you understand? This is what's going on. The big, beautiful bill phases out these IDR gifts. The IDRs I just explained to you that Biden came up with that were not policy, not bill. These are another executive order, just a dream of a fantasy of Democratic fictition, phases out generous IDR by 2028, caps borrowing, ends unlimited grant plus July 2026. New RAP plan, simpler 30-year forgiveness max. Accountability, graduates hit hardest. Higher payments now, no zero gimmicks, caps at 20,000 to 50,000 annual. Biden and Kamala promised free college for votes, just like Marani Zardani promised free bus rides and could not pay for it, just like Barack Obama promised free health care and could not pay for it. Biden and Kamala promised free college for votes. Trump delivers fairness, borrow responsibility, repay like adults, trillion saved, no more subsidies, no more subsidies. No more subsidies. No more subsidizing worthless degrees in basket weaving. This is fiscal winning. Patriots, ha ha. Who's crying over loans now? Huh? Who's crying over loans now? Huh? I'm giving you the details, man. I'm giving you the details, man. I'm giving you the details, man. Who's crying over loans now, baby? I want to give you more. I want to give you more. I want to give you more. That's all I do is give more. That's all we do over here at MAGA Nation. It's a MAGA Monday. I want to give you more, man. I want to give you more, man. I want the knife. I want to give you more, man. I want to give you more, man. Let's get into it, man. I want to give you more, man. I want to talk about this. Check this out, my esteemed chaps, patriots, and degenerates and deplorables. Please listen up for this astute pivot in impeccable graduate student loans. The hefty burden, awesome, borne by our ambitious postgraduates pursuing advanced degrees. The recent reforms, particularly via the glorious, can I get BBB in the chat? Can I get the BBB in the chat? The glorious One Big Beautiful Act signed into law July 2025. Don't I sound like your favorite Baptist preacher? Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. And termination of the SAVE plan, December 9th settlement, hit graduate borrowers squarely at midships. Here's the breakdown. Here's the breakdown. Here's the breakdown. Immediate impacts already in effect as of late 2025. SAVE plan termination hits harder for graduates. Listen up, take notes in case you have college debt, in case your children have college debt, in case you took out a parent loan for your children. This is very important. This is very important. This is very important. Maybe your grandparents live with you. You could be paying for your grandparents. You could be paying for your kid's student loan. You don't know what's coming in 2026. Double tap at the like button if you're learning something, if you're benefiting. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Like, share, and subscribe. Share with somebody like-minded. I want everybody to benefit. Don't you want everybody to benefit? I want everybody to benefit. The SAVE plan. SAVE was especially generous for those with graduate loan. SAVE plan termination hits graduates harder. The SAVE plan was especially generous for those with graduate loans. Payments at 5 to 10% of discretionary income, weighted average, no interest capitalization and forgiveness after 25 years for people with graduate loans, or 20 for undergrad only. With its abrupt end, 8 million enrollees, many graduates with larger balances, much transition immediately. Does anybody talk about this? I haven't heard this on CNN. I haven't heard this on MSNBC. I know America has a lot of people with these student loan debts. I haven't heard a lot about this. No cussing in my chat, brother. No cussing in my chat, brother. You know what I'm saying? Respect the chat. Respect the moderator. Respect the platform. You know what I'm saying? Y'all losing your mind out here in the chat, man. Do I need to take a break and clean up the chat real quick? Do I need to take a break and clean up the chat real quick? Settle down. Let me get you up out of here. You're not enjoying yourself. Let me get you up out of here. Let me take a break real quick, clean up the chat, double tap at the like button. Everybody follow the protocol, man. Respect the rules, man. You know what I'm saying? Joseph, respect the rules. Respect the rules. What about the children? I believe the children are the future. Teach them well and let them. Sexual chocolate. Sexual chocolate. His hairstyle is crazy. House level. Thank you. I like that. Another idiot with the podcast. Oh, you gotta go. You don't know how to participate. Just disagree. That's all. No names, no ad hominem. Subscribers going to households making $600 million a year. That's ridiculous. Subsidies going to households. Hey, he breaking it down, man. Samuel, I love when people pay attention to give honest, intelligent commentary. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for that, Samuel. I'm shouting you out, man. I'm shouting you out. You do know you can go to school and work millions. Do it every day. If you're on EBT, you should not be a student. Jenna in the building. They going in the chat. What Biden was in office, only Congress has that power. Tell them about it. Trump's without Congress approval, despite only Congress having that power. Tell them about it, man. Come on, man. What's good for the goose is good. It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. The Republicans got the gun now. Ain't no fun when the rabbit get jobs, problem solved. Bye, Riri. Bye, Riri. I like that. Michael Johnson. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Okay, we cleaned up the chat a little bit, man. I completely agree with President Trump and his chief commander. He's the best president we've ever had. He's actually calling out the fraud. Thank you. I agree with that. I really think it should be important to address the cover-up sex trafficking of minors. I'm going to get you out of here for distracting my audience. I completely agree with President Trump. I agree. Slap your barber home. You can stay because that's funny. Now you can stay because that's funny. That long as a grown adult. Agree. Okay. Let's get into it, man. Thank you, everybody. Miss Pickles. Thank you, everybody. Let's get into it. So now we're talking about the SAVE plan. We're talking about these IDRs. We're talking about the December 9th decision. You know, Missouri sued Biden in this plan. How do we get here? A lot of people want to blame Trump. Like when we talk about Letitia James, the Letitia James being sued, when we talk about the Comey investigation, when we talk about Fannie Willis being kicked off the case, none of this has to do with Trump. This is all Democrat incompetency, right? When we talk about the Affordable Care Act expiring, these are all Democrat incompetencies. The SAVE plan expiring, these are all Democrat incompetencies, right? Democratic promises that were not backed up by actual policy, executive orders. They could have took it to Congress. They could have took it to appropriations and made it a law, but they didn't, right? So let's get back into it. The SAVE plan termination. What I'm talking about right now is the SAVE plan, and we're talking about the SAVE plan and student loan debt about to go out the fucking wazoo, and everybody about to get hit. I'm starting off with graduates being hit the hardest, right? Graduates under the SAVE plan were able to give payments of 5 to 10% of discretionary income and have forgiveness after 25 years, 20 for undergrad. This interruption affects 8 million enrollees. Many graduates with larger balances must transition immediately to alternatives like the expanded income-based repayment, IBR, 15% of income. So the changes in the big, beautiful bill are as such. The last plan under Biden allowed graduates to pay 5%. The changes in the big, beautiful bill now raise those payments to 15% of income. This is huge if you add in all the other socioeconomic factors plaguing Americans today. 25 years for forgiveness or standard plans result. often higher monthly payments. That's what we're discussing today. That's why I want to educate my audience. That's why I want people to like, share, and subscribe. Share this with somebody like-minded who could benefit from this knowledge, who haven't heard. They may have been busy, too busy in their feelings, worrying about, transgender rights instead of worrying about their pocketbook, right? But now I'm going to educate you this morning as why the Democrats want to distract you with your feelings and not tell you about your pocketbook. Why didn't the Democrats raise your minimum wage so that you could pay your student loan, right? Why didn't the Democrats do anything to help wages go up? The tariffs actually are an effort to make wages, cost of living, your quality of life, the quality of wages of American workers go up via tariffs, via the immigration and ICE. Why? Somebody in the chat asked me why immigration, why ICE? It's because American wages are stagnant. How many people know what the federal minimum wage is in Mexico? Just to make fun of the Democrats. Just to make fun of the Democrats for people who don't know. What's the federal minimum wage in Mexico? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? They just raised it. Let's look it up together. Anybody? Let's look it up together. Let's look it up together. Let's look it up together. $3. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. The tariffs are paid for by the business owners. If you watch my channel, you would know that tariffs are paid for by the companies. And the Fed chair, Ben Bernanke, had to come out and tell the American people because so many rumors of Democratic propaganda was saying that tariffs are a tax, but tariffs are not a tax. I've basically been vindicated. I've been vindicated on that tariffs is a tax bullshit because so many things have proved me right. The Fed chair proved me right. Inflation proved me right, right? Everybody, like you said, tariffs is a tax, and tariff. What actually has resulted from tariffs? Well, inflation was supposed to go up to 8%. What actually happened? Inflation came in under 3%. Inflation was 3%. It came in at 2.7. We added 64,000 jobs in November despite a 43-day shutdown. The tariffs have paid for a 1776 check to our military workers who didn't get paid during the shutdown, $12 billion to our farmers. We've only started collecting tariffs since August 1st. We're going to collect trillions of dollars in tariffs. In 2026, Trump has floated the idea to give out a $2,000 stimulus check to the American people. Remember the last time you got a stimulus check? Trump is where you got that stimulus check from. Trump is floating the idea of paying for the $2,000 stimulus checks that may go out in 2026 via the tariff revenue that he has collected. Also, this is the first apparatus that we've ever had or ever seen to pay down the national debt. All you hear about is money being added to the debt, money being added to the debt. Well, tariffs have allowed an apparatus to lower and pay off the debt. But where is the bad that because I read from the Fed, I read from the SEC. I've studied this. I know for a fact you've only listened to Democratic pundits on television. The problem with the debate is people like you only listen to Democratic pundits on television and you don't read. You don't understand economics. So when I am saying to you all these numbers and all these facts, all you can say is what you've been programmed by Rachel Maddow to say. Tariffs are a tax. Tariffs are, despite the numbers, despite the truth and the facts on the ground. Very good channel. Thanks. Shout out to you for the $10 super chat, baby. Clinton Perry. Shout out to you for the $10 super chat, Clinton Perry. When I read to you these facts, so if tariffs are so bad, then tell me the bad, because you've heard some Democratic pundits say tariffs will be passed on to you, but that has not happened. Do you understand? Inflation went down. We added jobs. They predicted that tariffs would make inflation go to 7 to 8%. Inflation came in at 2.7. I played the video where the economics were surprised. The economics, they were on MSN. They were like, oh, wow, inflation. We expected this number to be at 7%. Inflation was 3%. They expected the Donald Trump tariffs to push inflation to 7%. Instead, it came in at 2.7. We added jobs in November, 64,000 jobs. Japan has invested trillions of dollars. 5 states, over 5 states, Toyota is building 5 new automotive plants. Do you know why? Toyota is building 5 new automotive plants, $5 trillion invested against 5 states. Japan is investing hundreds of trillions of dollars. And do you know why? Because of tariffs. Do you understand why and how tariffs work? So Donald Trump rolls tariffs on Japan and China. Let me give you a quick story as we get into what's the minimum wage? What's the minimum wage in Mexico? What's the minimum? I said Mexico has some of the most advanced factories in the world. I said Mexico has some of the most advanced workers in the world, right? That's what I said. Didn't I say that? I said Mexico has some of the most advanced factories and workers in the world, right? Huh? General minimum wage as of December 29 with the current exchange rate, Mexico's 2025 minimum wage converts to approximately $15, and the minimum wage in America is $7. This is what I reported. So minimum wage in America is lower than minimum wage in Mexico. I just wanted to let you know the current status of the quality of workers in America. So Trump told a little story about tariffs, right? He said Harley Davidson wanted to sell motorcycles in India, but India had a 200% tariff on Harley Davidson motorcycles. So Harley Davidson could not sell motorcycles in India because of tariffs. India used tariffs to protect the Indian motorcycle market against American companies like Harley Davidson. 200% tariff on Harley Davidson if you want to sell motorcycles in India, to protect the Indian motorcycle companies, to protect the Indian worker, right? To protect Indian wages. If I let them sell motorcycles here, this will destroy the Indian motorcycle company. Indians will lose jobs, right? Americans will make the money because they will make the motorcycles in America, sell them here, and put Indian motorcycle companies out of business. So no, 200% tariff on Harley Davidson. So what did Harley Davidson do to get around the 200% tariffs in India that India imposed to protect Indian motorcycle companies and Indian motorcycle wages? Well, Harley Davidson built a motorcycle plant in India, because if they build a motorcycle plant in India, they get around the 200% tariffs, and then they can sell their motorcycles in India. What's the difference? Well, Indians get jobs, right? The motorcycle is not made in America. The motorcycle is made in India. And who works at the Harley Davidson plant in India? Indians. They get jobs, they get training, they get unique knowledge from working at Harley Davidson. So Harley Davidson doesn't pay the 200% tariffs, and then they sell their motorcycles in India. This is true for Toyota. This is also true. Before Trump, Toyota had no incentive, right, to build plants in America. In the same way India forced Harley Davidson to build a plant in India. Toyota made their cars in Japan, and they were able to ship them because America was the police of the sea, and America gave them 0 to no tariffs when they shipped their cars into America. So Toyota had no incentive to build car companies in America because you had American super tankers, nuclear submarines, aircraft carriers protecting the Toyota products being shipped across the globe, America. You know, the Navy SEALs, the biggest, largest army, the most jets, the most aircraft carriers. America protects the trade. So Toyota could ship its cars here just faithfully and depend on the shipping always arriving in America, built the cars for cheap labor in Korea, in China, in Japan, and then American auto workers lost. You guys don't know this story? American auto workers lost. Why? Because like India, America didn't raise tariffs and protect American auto workers' jobs. America did not raise tariffs on Toyota and protect Ford, right, and Chevy. So America allowed Japan to compete with Ford and Chevy and put Ford and Chevy out of business. But Ford and Chevy can't sell their cars in Japan. No. Ford and Chevy can't just go to Japan for 0 tariffs and sell an F-150. If Ford and Chevy was able to sell cars in Japan at 0 tariffs, Japan wouldn't have any car business. So no, Japan put strict tariffs on American car companies. So they can't just go and sell cars in America and Japan. Did you guys know that? This is why we voted for MAGA. This is why we voted for MAGA. So Trump, during the government shutdown, when you wanted food stamps, Trump was in Japan. Trump was in Japan negotiating with the brand new female prime minister. How many know that there's a brand new prime minister? We talked about it on this channel. I played her inauguration speech. I played the inauguration speech of the brand new Japanese prime minister. Why? Why is this important? Because in her inauguration speech, she spoke to immigration. She is implementing MAGA-esque. The brand new Japanese prime minister, a beautiful woman who is a fan of Donald Trump, is implementing MAGA-esque immigration policies in Japan. She has said in her inauguration, she has stopped all Muslim immigration into Japan. Did you guys double tap and hit the like button? I said the brand new Japanese prime minister has stopped all Islamic immigration into Japan because of the conflict of culture. She said, until we get this thing correct, and the Islamic people who migrate here understand that Japanese culture is the primary culture of Japan and not your Islamic religion, Islamic people can no longer migrate to Japan. She shut it all down. I played her inauguration, brand new. And then after that, she had a meeting with American President Donald Trump, where they talked about $1 trillion investment in America, including the money I just talked about with Toyota across 5 states, building 5 new automotive plants because of the tariffs. This is how tariffs work in India, in Japan, in China, in France, everywhere except America. Did you guys know that? This is how tariffs work everywhere in the globe except America. Every country uses tariffs to protect their country, to protect wages, to protect industry. That's how it's done everywhere. It's done like that everywhere but America. America was the only country not using tariffs to protect the automotive industry, to protect the small businesses. America was the only country not using tariffs, not participating in the trade deficit and the trade war. Now Donald Trump is. Now Donald Trump is. Now Donald Trump is. That's just a little sidebar, a little education for everybody watching about these tariffs. Let's get back into the student loan. Let's get back into the student loans not being paid. Y'all thinking about all these great things Donnie is doing, but how is that helping regular Americans? You can't help everybody, y'all. Some people just dumb. I just spent 5 minutes explaining how this helps American wages. Miss Pickle said that's a good question. I'm going to put both of y'all dumbasses on timeout. I'm going to put both of y'all dumbasses on timeout because y'all think this shit funny. I just explained how tariffs help American wages. Y'all must be on welfare. Huh? Y'all must be on welfare. I'm going to put y'all dumbasses on timeout. Because I'm convinced the Democrats can't understand the shit I'm putting down. I am convinced the Democrats, this is the only reason you would vote Democrat, because you don't understand. You don't understand the math and the logic. This is the only reason you will vote Democrat. You don't understand what I'm explaining to you about tariffs and trade deficit and the trade war. You don't get it. When I'm explaining to you about India and the 200% tariff on Harley Davidson, I know I'm losing you. I'm losing you. The numbers are too large. You can't process this information. You can't do the math in your head. When I say 200% tariff, and I'm explaining to you how the tariff revenue works, you can't get it. You're getting lost and confused. You're clicking on other channels. You're mad because you don't get it, and you just want to be mad. I get it. It's easier for you to go to race. It's easier for you to put on your racial lenses and say Donald Trump is bad because he's white. It's easier to say white bad, right? It's harder to do the math. I get it. It's my job. It's what I do every day, so I know it's difficult. I do the research. I do the reading, so I know. Shout out to the 2026 gift, man. Shout out to you. I get the difficulty in understanding these mathematical equations because I do it every day, so I know it's you being lazy. I know it's you being lazy and not wanting to do the math and not wanting to put in the effort, right? So when you go into the voting booth, this is what's wrong with America electorate. This is what's wrong with the electorate in America. It's lazy intellectuals who don't want to do the math. You don't want to do the math. It's easier to say white man bad, white man evil, white man bad, Democrat good. It's easier, right? It's more elementary, dear Watson. White man evil, white man bad, Democrat good, good Democrat. Even though the Democrats don't give you shit. Even though the Democrats haven't given you shit, it's easier to say white man evil, white man bad, Democrat good, even though Democrats haven't given you anything. That's why we're celebrating today. The Affordable Care Act is expiring. The hope in change is dead. The hope in change is dead. You probably still got a hope bumper sticker on your fucking car right now. Ha ha. You probably still got a hope in change bumper sticker on your car right now. Well, guess what? Take it off, brother. Take it off because Obamacare dies. The SAVE plan dies. The Democrat promises die. There is no policy. There is no laws. There is nothing left of this hope in change Wakanda era of politics. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy that this Wakanda era of politics is over. But the Black Panther is dead. The Wakanda is over. Wakanda is not real. Can everybody put in the chat, Wakanda is not real? The Affordable Care Act never materialized. You don't have to be mad at me. You don't have to be mad at Trump. The Affordable Care Act actually, truly, and honestly never became a reality. Obamacare, which is why it was a joke to call it Obamacare, it never truly became a reality. If we're being honest, how could it expire? If you understand, this is why I say they don't want to do the math. They want to be lazy because they don't want to do real deduction, deduce what is happening. If Obamacare was complete, how could it expire? The Republicans are not making it expire. If Obamacare was complete, solvent, and prepared and digestible for the American people, how and why is it expiring? That's just the lead up. But let's get back into the savings plan because a lot of Americans are going to see a lot of their bills go up because the student loans are changing, especially of you who got a PhD. Remember all those people who made fun of people like me? Remember all those people who like ski-wee went to black colleges and they make fun of people like me because I'm a PhD. They say things like, I'm a PhD. I have a master's degree. You know, I was on a debate on a different app and they kept saying everybody on this panel has a college degree. They were all Democrats, by the way. They were all Democrats and liberals. And they all, you know what I wanted to ask them? How many of you have paid off your student loan? The criteria for this conversation, they wanted to hold me. They wanted to know, do you have a degree? Did you graduate college? The conversation on whether or not they had paid for those degrees, they didn't want to talk about that though, right? Democrats don't want to talk about that though. They were all black. They were all black. They were all Democrats. All products of HBCUs, right? All black girls made fun of you. That explains the animosity. I'm not talking about black girls. Why are you bringing in that type of racial? We don't do that here, man. Everybody is welcome, bro. Everybody is welcome. I don't have anything against anybody, bro. I like Democrats. I like Republicans. I like women, so I like all women. So you're not gonna get me to say I don't like a certain type of women. I'm a man's man. If you couldn't understand, man, I like women, bro. So you're not gonna get me to say I don't like a certain. I like all women, big, small, short, tall, round. I like them all. Keep them coming, man. I love women. I love women. Oh, you got the wrong guy. You don't see the gray hair. I'm not from that generation. I'm not from the generation. You don't see that gray hair. I don't pick and choose, man. I love women, like all women, like. They're on those guys, man. Democratic tactics. I know it's Democratic tactics, man. They're Democratic tactics, man. Yeah. Tampon Tim. That's a tampon Tim right there. He wants tampons in the bathroom. I like women, man. I don't want men in women's sports. I don't want men in women's bathrooms. I want to love women. I want to protect and provide for women. I think women are some of the greatest gifts that God has given us. They provide us our homes, our children. You know what I'm saying? They breastfeed. Have you ever seen a woman breastfeed? They don't even really do shit like that. But those women who take the time out, they go to work and they breastfeed And if you ever seen how a baby takes so much, not only when the woman is growing the baby in her body, it takes so much from a woman. Me being black, and a lot of black women, and they have a hard time in creating children because the child takes so much, the world takes so much. You know, women get close to death in child rearing and childbirth. So they're growing a human being. The human being is taking her blood, taking her life force to grow. Do you guys get that? The human being is taking her blood, taking her life force to grow. The human being is pushed out of her womb, her body, a small orifice, a fucking live human being, 10 pounds, comes out of her body, a small ass hole. Then the human being, a little baby, sucks on her, and again goes to drain her life force, takes liquid out of her body in order to live. This little baby is draining another human. You guys just don't get it, man. You guys just don't get it, bro. We love women, you Democrats. Thank you. We love women. We love women. We love women. Women are amazing. Women are amazing. I just had to give you that little insight because I just saw a woman do this, and I thank her every day for growing my baby, for breastfeeding the baby. I saw the baby take her life force. I saw her give her life force to the baby to grow the baby. Do you understand that? All right, let's keep going. We're talking about student loans, and I want people to be prepared for 2026. We talked about EBT waivers, no more Hostess, no more cupcakes, no more sugary drinks, no more soda, and no more deferment, no more 5%. And this is huge. No more deferment, no more 5%, no more Affordable Care Act subsidies. This is huge, hard-hitting kitchen table politics for 2026. Double tap, hit the like button, thumbs up for women, thumbs up for MAGA, thumbs up for America. America is a melting pot. If you a true American, if you a true MAGA deplorable, if you a true patriot, you understand and love America and everything it has to offer. Y'all stay tuned, Double Tap. It's the best channel in the best country in the world. The SAVE plan termination hits the hardest for the graduates. You know, people with the graduate degrees, PhDs, master's degrees. SAVE was especially generous for those with graduate loans. They were able to pay back a mere 5% of their discretionary income. No interest and capitalization. Listen to this because these changes are coming and they're going to hit hard. Under the previous plan. Oh, wow. Thank you, babe. I'm starving. Love you. Under the previous plan, graduates were able to pay 5% of the discretionary income. Under changes, under the glorious big beautiful bill, now those same people will be forced immediately. Listen to this. This is an abrupt end where 8 million enrollees, many graduates with larger balance must transition immediately to income-based repayment plans at 15% of income. This has already went into effect. Do you understand? From 5% to 15% are standard plans a result. Often higher monthly payments. Hey, baby. Why are you breathing so hard? Come. You give me a kiss?
Yeah.
How you doing? How you doing?
Good. Are you sweating over here?
I cut the
Shit. You open up that window.
I cut the
well, I guess probably not. Maybe.
I cut the air off. It is hot.
Then you got the uniforms.
And I got my Christmas sweater on.
Look good.
Thank you, baby.
All right, well, the famous KFC bowl was about those, so.
Oh, okay. I hate that.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
I do. That's all they had, though? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
You know what?
I'll eat it. Yeah, I hate that. It's all good. I love the thought about it.
Too.
Oh, thank you so much. I love the thought that matters.
All right. We have a chicken tonight.
I know, baby. What the fuck was you thinking?
Love you.
Love you. I miss you already, baby. All right, see you. After a while, crocodile. You left my door open. It's all good. Go ahead. You're not sorry. All right, we got lunch. We got lunch. We got lunch. We got lunch served. Lunch is served. Fresh delivery. Ain't that something? She showed up right when I was talking about how great women is. Ain't God good? Man, God is good all the time. All the time, God is good. All the time, God is good, man. Put it in the chat. Double tap, man. Double tap. Double tap. I was just talking about how great women are. I was just singing her praises and blessings. And here she come through the door, giving me gifts and kisses and shit. Y'all see my Christmas present? Y'all see my Christmas present from my baby? You know I collect watches. I got a watch collection. It's perfect timing podcast, right? It's perfect timing podcast. So that's my Christmas present right there. I got a couple of them with that. I like this bitch though. So let's keep going, man. Nice. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Yeah, I've been wanting one of these, man. I've been wanting one of these. That's that one. You see it? Automatic. You go like this. No battery. No battery. No battery. No battery. No battery. So let's get back into the save plan and the changes so people can prepare. Parents, children, grandparents, everybody helps pay for these student loans. So this is going to affect, people think it's just affecting the 8 million people. It's not just affecting the 8 million people with the loans, because people get help paying for the loans. It's the grandparents pay for the loans. There's parents can take out loans for their children. There are changes to the parent loans too. Did you guys know there are changes to the parent loans too? Let's get into it. Must transition immediately based on IPRs, going to 15% for 5%, higher payments, no more zero options for moderate earners. Before, under the old plan, there was a zero payment option for moderate earners. That goes away. Everybody has to pay. Put it in the chat. Everybody has to pay. Put it in the chat. Everybody has to pay. And slower paths to relief. Do you hear that? There's no free rides anymore under Donald Trump, under Doge. These debts must be paid back, and there's no more zero options for moderate earners and slower paths to relief. This is going to hit millions of Americans. They talking about 40 million with the Affordable Care Act subsidies. They're not telling you everything that's coming with the big, beautiful bill, because the Democrats did not do anything and put in any changes. You know, when a bill is in appropriations, the big, beautiful bill got signed into law in 7 months. Donald Trump became president in January. They submitted the big, beautiful bill January 3rd. He signed it into law July 4th, Independence Day, 7 months. When I talk about Donald Trump as the most productive second-term president, I'm not just saying it. I have evidence to back up my argument that Donald Trump is the most successful, productive second-term president. Barack Obama was a lame duck. He couldn't get anybody on the Supreme Court. Donald Trump has stacked the Supreme Court, right? Donald Trump has passed the big, beautiful bill, $1 trillion legislation. Donald Trump has signed 225 executive orders. Donald Trump has successfully sent out ICE, immigration, and federal enforcement agents across the country to arrest over 250,000 deportees. These are the realities. He has peace in Gaza, peace on the way in the Ukraine, and we're going to talk about a Mar-a-Lago meeting today where he spoke with Putin, and Zelensky is in Mar-a-Lago right now, one of the most beautiful golf courses, and we're going to get a peace plan. We're going to stop the killing in the Ukraine. We're going to stop the killing in Gaza. That's geopolitical. Today I'm talking about at home, but I'm just saying, listing all of the successes and wins in 2026 for Donald Trump. Geopolitically, we're talking about a 21-point peace plan in Gaza. Does anybody know about the 21-point peace plan in Gaza? Then we also have a 28-point peace plan with Russia. Now, people have argued that the 28-point peace plan with Russia, right now Zelensky's in Mar-a-Lago, people are upset that the peace plan benefits Russia. What I said last week is that the peace plan not only benefits Russia, it benefits United States. Yes, the United States will benefit from the peace plan in the Ukraine. And yes, Russia will benefit, and it is quite honest that the France and the and NATO may not benefit, and I don't care. France and NATO will not benefit, and I don't give a fuck. The Ukraine will not benefit, but they will benefit from at least the dying will stop, but the Ukraine may not benefit financially, and I don't care. Yes, Russia will benefit greatly from the peace deal. And why else would they sign a peace deal? Russia will be able to enter back into the G8. Russia, who has sanctions up the wazoo because the Democrats were trying to create another Cold War and another World War III, Russia will have all those sanctions removed and be able to trade economically globally, unlike it hasn't been able to do in over 20 some odd years. Russia gets to get welcomed back into the world. Don't we want that? Do we want to weaken BRICS? I think we want to weaken BRICS, and we want to welcome Russia back into the dollar. We want to get them on the American tit. Big, white, pretty, blonde tits. Big old, pretty, white, gorgeous tits. Texas tits, right? Blonde. We want Russia back on the tit of the American dollar. Yes, so Russia will benefit greatly from a peace deal in the Ukraine. Yes, Russia will be back in the G8. Russia will be able to trade. Russia will lose sanctions. Russia will get some of Ukraine. What does Ukraine get? I don't care what the Ukraine gets. The Ukraine got $300 billion damn dollars. I don't care what the Ukraine gets. What does France get? What protections does France get? What protections I don't care what protection. France, protect your damn self. This peace plan does not and should not and will not give a fuck about Macron and France. It doesn't care. We don't care. The Democrats do. I see Democrat liberal senators saying, well, this peace plan doesn't help out the EU. This peace plan doesn't help out France. And what about our European neighbors? Fuck our European neighbors. What is you talking about as an American congressperson or American senator that the peace plan doesn't help our European neighbors? We don't give a damn. We don't give a good goddamn about the European. We don't give a fuck about France. None of that shit. We want peace. We want peace, and we want to benefit America first. Make America great again. So if we can get peace in the Ukraine, and yes, we make money. Chevron, American corporations get money and oil from Russia. We get money and oil out of Ukraine. I don't see what's wrong with us getting a profit. I love Donald Trump. I love Donald Trump. Can we get a Donald Trump I love Donald Trump. Yeah, repay us the $300 billion. Repay us the $300 billion. I love Donald Trump. What's wrong with America making money? What's wrong? Can somebody say that in the chat? The Democrats love giving away money. I've been saying all morning, how do they pay for the free buses? How do they pay for $400 billion in forgiveness to the student loans? How do you pay for free health care? God darn it. How do you pay for it, Democrats? Well, the way we start is we make motherfuckers pay they bill. Yes, Ukraine, pay us back. France, pay us back. NATO, pay us back. Yes, make a deal with Russia to where Russia starts buying oil and trading and buying weed and everything from America. And America makes money. Money, 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 money. What's wrong with America making money? What's wrong with America making money and we get peace at the same time? And we get peace at the same time, huh? What's wrong with America making money and we get peace at the same time? And the sick part is Democrats. The sick part is Democrats in the Congress who are fighting against the peace plan, who are today saying stupid shit against Trump in his peace talks in Mar-a-Lago, still floating a Russia hoax, still floating a Hunter Biden collapso. This is the problem with the damn peace talks. Let's get back. You're kissing ass. You are a sellout. You are gone. Block his ass. Block his ass. Block, 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 block his ass. Double tap. Hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. It's capitalism. I'm not a Democrat, moron. Make America rich again. Let's go. Ask Trump how to pay for it. I'm going to tell you how to pay for it right now. We pay for it by kicking your ass out of my chat. Get the fuck out of here. That's how we pay for it. Woo! MAGA! Whoa, that MAGA! Whoa, that MAGA! It's a MAGA Monday. Shout out to all my deplorables, degenerates, and my MAGA-nites. My MAGA-nites who will not hang up until a caller either buys or fucking dies. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. We're going in today. So no more zero options for moderate earners and slower paths to relief. Interest has been occurring since August 2025 during forbearance, ballooning balances for lingering borrowers. The forbearance is over. Collections and defaults ramp up. Remember the video I just played. Another $10 for Clinton Barry. Man, I totally agree. Double tap, hit the like button, baby. If you see a super chat, send a super chat. See a super chat, send a super chat. What are we talking about, man? We talking about the student loans. We talking about Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo-boos, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo-boos.
Trump and this administration is going to start garnishing fucking wages to get their money back for those student loans.
Let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about it. Garnishing wages to get their money back, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. He heard what he said. Garnishing wages to get the money back. Let's talk about it right here, man. Collections and defaults ramp up. Stronger enforcement begins January 2026. Did you guys hear what I said? I said collections and defaults ramp up. Stronger enforcements begin January 2026, including wage garnishments. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. I said it ramps up, including garnishments. Did you hear what he said? I said it ramps up, including garnishments. Double tap hit the like button.
Trump and this administration is going to start garnishing fucking wages to get their money back for those student loans. They're going to steal people's money before they ever touch it to pay off those loans. And you might be going, hey, that money's owed. That money is owed. They borrowed that money. They borrowed it. Okay, what about all the subsidies and all the fucking bailouts that we've given all the fucking multi-million billionaire corporations? You want to go after the fucking poorest of the poor? The people who can't afford to pay off their student loan that you convinced them they needed to fucking get because they needed a fucking degree. Trump and this administration is going to start garnishing fucking wages to get their money back.
Just in case you didn't know what we talked about this morning, just a good recap of what we talked about this morning. Let's get into it. I said collection and defaults ramp up. Stronger enforcement begins January. This is why we're talking about this, because January is only hours away. So if you got student loans, if you have a children with student loans, if you're a grandparent, a lot of people who watch me are baby boomers from the age of 40 to 65 is my audience, my viewing audience. So you could be paying for student loans for your grandchild. You could be helping your daughter pay for their children's student loans. This is very important if they haven't told you, if they didn't know, because they've been distracted by Democratic policies. See, you may have been distracted by Democratic policies like Tim Walz and Kamala Harris and things about bathrooms instead of finding out about kitchen table politics. So if you've been distracted by Democratic policies and you didn't know that some of the Democratic promises are expiring, that's why we're doing this show today. So stronger enforcement begins 2026, including wage garnishment, disproportionately affecting graduates with higher default risk on larger debts. Major changes coming July 1st, 2026 onward. Listen, everybody, phase out of grad plus loans. The unlimited borrowing up to full cost of attendance ends for new borrowers. Did you know they could borrow unlimited for grad school? So that is over. I know you heard about it. I know you heard about Donald Trump is talking about this. Phase out of grad plus loans. The unlimited borrowing up to full cost of attendance ends for new borrowers. Future graduates limited to direct unsubsidized loans, $20,000 annually / $100,000 lifetime. Do you guys understand that? How much did Jasmine Crockett pay for her education? Remember when we exposed AOC for having $1 million background and $1 million education, not being from the Bronx? Remember when we exposed Jasmine Crockett for not being from Texas? She's from St. Louis. How many people knew Jasmine Crockett is not even from Texas? She's from St. Louis, and she went to Rhodes College. Jasmine Crockett, your favorite sister girl. You remember the black girl with the long weave? You remember the black congresswoman with the long weave? The Marjorie Taylor Greene argument, the famous beach blonde, bad built. Remember Jasmine Crockett, beach blonde, bad built sister girl from the Congress? Huh? She's a Rhodes Scholar. Does anybody know how much it costs to go to Rhodes College for one semester? It's relevant because she's a Democrat. It's relevant. It's relevant. It costs $70,000. It costs $70,000 for 1 year at the college that Jasmine Crockett, your favorite Democrat sister girl, went to. But there is a limit of $100,000 for your entire education. Jasmine Crockett's parents spent $1 million on her education. Do you know what her tuition of her high school? See, you didn't have a tuition in high school, did you? Jasmine Crockett and AOC went to high schools with a tuition higher than your college. Jasmine Crockett's high school tuition was $30,000. $30,000. It costs more for Jasmine Crockett to go to high school than your entire education. Rhodes College, $70,000 a year. And then she went to law school. She wasn't done after Rhodes College. She didn't go to law school there. She got her undergrad from Rhodes, and then she got her law degree in I think it was Houston, right? In total, they spent over $1 million on her becoming a lawyer, right? So Donald Trump is capping that $100,000 lifetime, $100,000 lifetime. $100,000 lifetime, $20,000 a year for graduate students, and $100,000 lifetime. So if you were trying to be like Jasmine Crockett and you don't have millionaire parents, that day is gone. That day is gone. You used to be able to go to school and get the same education as Jasmine Crockett. That day is gone. You can't be Jasmine Crockett anymore unless your parents are a millionaire. You can't go to Rhodes College unless you can pay for it. Does anybody hear what I'm saying? Does anybody understand what I'm talking about? Huh? Why are you calling her an educated person? Shut the fuck up. STFU. Somebody tell him STFU. Somebody send STFU to that person. I'm doing my job, man. Don't distract me with them jokes, man. Goodness gracious, man. W chat. Can I get a W chat? Can I get a W chat? Can I get a W chat? I got the best chat. Shout out to Casanet. Casanet, we love you. Can I get a W chat? Okay. Phase out of Grad Plus loans. The unlimited borrowing up to full cost of attendance ends new borrowers. Future graduates are limited to unsubsidized loans, which is $20,000 annual and $100,000 lifetime aggregate. General graduate programs are $50,000 annual, $200,000 lifetime. Professional degrees like medicine/law curbs the over borrowing, but makes pricier programs tougher for lower/middle class income students. Many may turn to private loans, higher rates, credit checks, or forgo advanced study altogether. These are huge changes to the American educational system. So in 1 year, Donald Trump has gotten rid of the Department of Education, changed it to the Department of War, changed it to the Gulf of America, 225 executive orders. Do you guys understand what we're talking about today? The SAVE plan has expired. Biden promised you free student loans. He didn't come through on those campaign promises, right? When we talk about what it looks like in 2026, what politics looks like in 2028, today, this is what politics will look like when we have a vote in 2026 and the Democrats lose. This is why the Democrats are going to lose, you guys. The Democrats are going to try to blame all your pain on Trump. But there will be people, intelligent people like me, reminding you that Donald Trump and the Republican policies are not the reason you are feeling this pain. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. It will be painful. It will be pain. There will be blood. Put it in the chat right now. There will be blood. There will be blood in 2026. No more candy, no more soda on food stamps. Your Medicaid is going to go up. Your Medicare is going to go up. but it's not the result of Republican policy. Do you guys understand? Your student loans, the forbearance is leaving, and you're gonna have to start paying more bills, but it's not the result of Republican policy. It is the result of the lack of policy of the Democrats. The Democrats did not make the Affordable Care Act a functioning bill and law. It still needed band-aids in 2022. The Democrats did not fulfill their campaign promises to forgo student loan debt. The Supreme Court shut down Biden's $400 billion forfeiture. Biden then created the savings plan, and the savings plan expires December 31st, just like the Affordable Care Act subsidies expire December 31st. Now listen, the Republicans are not killing these things. These things are dying of their own volition. It is so important you understand why the Republicans are so much in a good standing. The Republicans are not killing Obamacare. Do you guys understand that? The Republicans are not killing the savings plan. We're not. We're not killing Obamacare. We're not killing student loans. The student loan plan is dying, and Obamacare is dying of its own design. This is what's so beautiful about 2026 and Mike Johnson deflecting and not allowing the Democrats to vote, because the American people are forced to deal with my facts, that the Republicans are not the ones making Obamacare die. Obama designed it in 2008. It wasn't finished, and it wasn't complete, and Joe Biden made the subsidies temporary. The Mike Johnson just let it die. Mike Johnson just let it die. Obama designed Obamacare in 2008. It wasn't complete. It was a shitballs bill to where Biden still need to put a Band-Aid on it in 2022. But Biden made the subsidies temporary. So when the Obamacare dies in a couple of days, it's by Democratic design. So when you feel that pain, it's because the Democrats promised you something they did not deliver. And healthcare goes back to being shit because they never deliver. The student loans, when your deferment goes away, when you have to pay 15%, when your check is getting garnished in 2026, listen to what I'm educating you on. When you start getting garnishments from your college student debt in 2026, it's not because Trump hates you. It's not because Trump wants your money. It's because Biden and Kamala failed on their campaign promises. They have 4 years. If we're being honest, they had 15 years. They had 10 years with Obama and 5 years under Biden. They had the White House for 15 years. They didn't fix student loans. Barack Obama had student loan debt. Barack Obama said he was still paying student loan debt when he was the president. He didn't fix it for you. He didn't give a fuck. Biden didn't. Temporary. Okay, let's keep going. So I told you they're pricing caps to be a lawyer, 200,000. Pricing caps to be a doctor, 200,000. Let's just fucking ask right now. Let's just fucking ask how much it costs in 2025 to be a lawyer. Fuck that. Let's find out right now how much it costs to be a lawyer in 2025, to be a lawyer or a doctor, in 2025. Fuck it. Let's get to the quick of it. Let's not bullshit with the people. Let's get to the quick of it right now, because we talking about student loan debt, $200,000 cap. All right. Becoming a doctor, no, in America. They gave me in Mexico, which is actually good because I want to compare the prices. How much is it to be a doctor in America? They gave me the prices in Mexico. Let's see how much it is. Becoming a doctor, MD or DO in the United States in 2025, the path to becoming a doctor requires a 4-year bachelor's degree, followed by 4 years of medical school, then 3 to 7 years of residency, low pay, and optional fellowship. Costs focus on medical school, post-grad, but many students enter with prior undergrad debt. In state/residency, average tuition, $41,000 per year. Now compare that to the cap that we talked about. The cap we talked about was $200,000 and $20,000 a year. Where the other money coming from? Attendance, including living expenses, is $286,000. Out of state, closer to private school rates. So private medical schools average tuition $60,000 to $70,000 a year. 4-year cost of attendance $390,000. So if you go to a private school, it's $390,000. If you go to a state or a public school, it's $300,000. Right? Average debt at graduation is around $200,000. 70% of graduates have debt, including undergrad. Total often exceeds 250 to 300,000 in debt to become a doctor. Some schools, New York, Cleveland Clinic, offer tuition-free programs or debt-free for qualifying students. Additional notes and residency. So becoming a lawyer in 2025, $30,000 a year. Out of state, $45,000 a year. Private school, $50,000 a year. These are the real numbers, man. So when you hear me say, listen to what I'm saying to you right now. Listen to this. Future graduates limited to direct unsubsidized loans, $20,000 annual, $100,000 lifetime cap. And graduate programs, $50,000 annual, $200,000 lifetime cap. Now, I'm reading you the cost. The cost is to become a lawyer out of state, $45,000, in state, $30,000. And the total cost anywhere from $180,000 to $320,000, but you only have a $200,000 cap. The average is $230,000 to become a lawyer. That's the average, and over $300,000 to become a doctor. These are numbers I can't make up. These are numbers, $230,000 to become a lawyer. Any lawyers or doctors in the chat? Any lawyers or doctors in the chat? Anybody that's a lawyer or a doctor, how much did you pay? Somebody said 7 times 7, 440. Any lawyers or doctors, how much student debt do you have? Dude, we can read it ourselves. Thank you. Any lawyers, any lawyers or doctors, any lawyers or doctors in the chat, how much did you pay? I'm giving this contrast so people know when we say the limits, so you know how much, what the burden is going to be. You can't pay for these degrees anymore. The government will not pay 100%. If you want to be a lawyer or a doctor, you're going to have to get a job. If you want to be a lawyer or a doctor, what is your point? Blah, 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 blah. If you want to be a lawyer or a doctor, you're going to have to get a job. Only in America can a doctor of medicine can become a millionaire, travel outside the U.S., and doctors in the U.K. fake. That's true. That's true. They don't make a lot of money. They don't make a lot of money. That's a good point. I have a friend with more than $800,000 in debt as a lawyer. That's what I wanted to hear. I know that too. What's that company? ECMC that do the college loan debt. I know about what you're talking about. $800,000. That's real debt. So this guy is cheering on people not educating themselves. That's not what we doing, homie. I got 4 years. I owe, how much you owe? $65,000. Right? So this is real numbers, real understanding. I need you to understand these limitations that are coming per the big, beautiful bill and these changes. So when I just wanted to give a context of what we're talking about. When we say that Trump is limiting graduate degrees like medicine and law to $50,000 a year and a cap of $200,000, people may say, "Oh, that's a lot of money. $50,000 a year is a lot of money. $200,000 is a lot of money." Well, I just want to give you in perspective how much it costs to become a lawyer in 2025, and those rates are going up, and how much it costs to become a doctor. It said the low end is $230,000 to become a lawyer. To become a lawyer, and then $400,000 to become a doctor on the low end. And you only have $200,000. What does that mean? Why is this important? Everybody keeps asking in the chat, why is this important? Because before 2026, you could have gone to school to become a doctor or a lawyer, and the government would pay for it, and then you would be able to pay the money back over time. The government will no longer have enough money to pay for you to become a doctor or a lawyer if you can't afford it on your own. This is so important. They buy $600,000 homes. So important. This is so important. This is so important that you understand. Before 2026 and the changes to the big, beautiful bill, everyday Americans could go to college, and the government would give them a student loan up to $300,000 to become a doctor or a lawyer. That no longer exists as of 2026. The cap is $200,000. That is important because we just looked up how much it costs to become a doctor or a lawyer. And this is not enough money. Let's keep going. Legal transition. If you already borrowed GLAD Plus before July 1st, 2026, you're grandfathered into the program. Continue under old rules for up to 3 years or program completion, whatever is shorter. New repayment assistance. That's so important for people in college. You need to enroll before. Let me read that again. If you already borrowed GLAD Plus before July 1st, 2026, you are grandfathered into the old rules. Continue under old rules for 3 years or until the program is completed. So that means you'll be able to complete your schooling and education under the old rules if you apply and get approved for Grad Plus before July 1st. No one else is giving information like this to people. Double tap at the like button, write down this information so you can share it with your daughter, your son, and your kids and people, your loved ones. New Repayment Assistance Program, RAP, launches July 2026, replacing most IDR options. Simpler but stricter. Payments based on income/balance up to 10,000 up to 10% AGI. Forgiveness after 30 years. Longer. Remember, we have 20-year forgiveness under the old plan. 20-year forgiveness under the old plan, that's been changed to 30 years. That's 10 more years of payments out of pocket from you. You need to explain this to your mom or to your grandma if they are paying these debts and the changes. Instead of 20 years forgiveness, 30 years. People gonna die. Some people gonna die before some of these debts are paid off, right? With these new changes, people will die in debt. Let me keep going. Longer than the previous 20-year for graduates. Less subsidy overall. Most with typical debts, incomes expected to fully repay before the forgiveness kicks in. Wow. Over lifetime cap. $257,000 across all federal loans, excluding Parent Plus. So again, this new cap is arising. How many people survive past the debt? That's what I'm saying. Mom or grandma. What about fathers? Fathers too. What the cost of AI degrees? I don't know what's the cost of AI degrees. The government didn't give them anything. The government used the labor of others to pay for those promises. The schools shouldn't cost that much. I agree. The schools do cost too much. The schools do cost too much. Community colleges are free. You're much better off being an A student there than a C student at Harvard. That's an excellent point. I love the way people are discussing this in the chat. Solutions are already coming up. The cold part is for people who are already trapped in some of these presidential loans, right? A prudent retaining in of access, a prudent reining in of all access, restoring incentives for responsible borrowing and curbing taxpayer exposure on often low ROI graduate programs, low return of investments on all of these degrees on child development and all of this shit on psychology and therapists. I want to be a therapist. I want to be in child development. I want to work for CPS and I want to do this and all this stupid shit. This is the low ROI graduate programs. Graduates with their larger debts feel the pinch most acutely. Higher payments now, restricted access ahead, wise to explore scholarships, employer aid, or private options early. In specifications programs, transition strategies, peak you do enlighten me, thank you, you guys. This is just some facts from the student loans, man. I had to give you these student loans updates, man. So that's my first story. That's my first story on the save plan, on the save plan getting hit real hard. You know what I'm saying? But what else we had? What did y'all know what the save plan is? Did y'all know what? Let me tell you about the save plan. So y'all know about the changes that are coming. So the SAVE plan was introduced in 2023 as saving on a valuable education plan. SAVE is an acronym, right? It was an income-driven repayment plan, an IDR. These IDRs are expiring. It's a scheme designed to replace the prior repay program, REPAYE. Its key feature included monthly payments as low as 5% of discretionary income for undergrad loans, right? Often resulting in zero payments for low earners. Remember what I just read to you. The zero payment option is gone. The 5% option is gone per the big beautiful bill. This is the SAVE plan, a more generous definition of discretionary income, protecting 225% of federal poverty line. So this is how the Democrats lied about the economy being better than it actually was. Listen, a more generous definition of discretionary income. You can't make this shit up. No unpaid interest accrual if payments covered it. Preventing ballooning balances, that's gone. Interest and forbearance is fired, is gone. Interest is back accruing and the forbearance has been removed. Accelerated forgiveness as little as 10 years. That has changed to 30 years. This is a major change. These are major changes. The previous plan, known as the SAVE plan, saving on a valuable education, had a 10-year forgiveness, right? Now, under the big beautiful bill and Donald Trump, it is a 30-year forgiveness. That's 20 more years of payments out of your pocket before you're even prepared for forgiveness. And that's why I said earlier, a lot of people won't even be alive. They will expire. They will expire. Now, how did the SAVE plan fail? Legal challenges. Republican-led states like Missouri sued in 2024, arguing that the Department of Education exceeded a statutory authority, essentially attempting a mass forgiveness without congressional approval. Remember, I told you Biden did not go to the Congress, did not create a bill that signed into law. This is what I say when there's Democratic failures of their policy implementation. When the Democrats lose in 2026 and 2028, it's because they deserve to lose. Do you understand? When you hear what I'm reading, what you need to understand is then why didn't Biden and Kamala create a bill, get it signed into law, right? If they truly wanted you to have the Affordable Care Act subsidies, why didn't they create a bill and sign it into law? If they truly wanted you to have abortion federally, why didn't they create a bill and sign it into law? If they truly wanted you to have this student loan forgiveness, why didn't they create a bill and sign it into law and do actually policy and politics? That's what you need to be asking yourself and you need to understand. And so why did the SAVE plan lose? Well, Missouri, a Republican state, sued Biden, right? And the Department of Education and said it exceeded its authority, essentially attempting a mass forgiveness program without a congressional approval in defiance of the Supreme Court's 2023 ruling against broad debt cancellation. Courts agreed. District rulings in 2024 enjoined parts. The Eighth Circuit fully blocked it in early 2025, deeming it unlawful and placing enrollees in forbearance. Payments paused, later interest resumed in August 25. Legislative phase out. President Donald Trump's one big beautiful bill signed on July 2025 statutorily sunsetted SAVE. Really? Do you guys hear that? The big beautiful bill sunsetted SAVE along with other generous IDR plans by July 2028, tightening borrowing limits and introducing the more disciplined repayment assistance plan, RAP. The final blow to the SAVE plan came early this month, December 9th, 2025, when the Trump administration reached a settlement with Missouri, dismissing the litigation in exchange for immediate termination of SAVE. Did you guys understand what I'm talking about this morning? This is what happened already December 9th. I said the Trump administration reached a settlement with Missouri. So Biden tried to do a backdoor. Biden made you a campaign promise, right? Biden made you a campaign promise, tried to do a backdoor. The Supreme Court cut him off at the pass, right? December 9th, Missouri sued him, right? And the Supreme Court cut Biden and Kamala off at the pass. December 9th, earlier this month, 2025, the Trump administration reached an agreement with the state of Missouri to drop the litigation against America, against the Biden administration, right? In order to drop the lawsuit, the Missouri said cancel SAVE in its entirety. The entire Biden plan is dead, just like Obamacare is dead. So SAVE was canceled per the Missouri lawsuit, per the Trump administration. So they will no longer be suing the legality of the SAVE law because Trump shut it down. This accelerated the end far ahead the 2028 restoring accountability and protecting taxpayers from what was deemed as an illegal scheme. Do you understand what I'm saying? The Democrats tried to do an illegal scheme costing hundreds of billions, and Biden did cost hundreds of billions, and Trump just shut the back door. In essence, it fell because the courts and the new administration viewed it as an executive overreach, shifting debt burdens on the taxpayers. So instead of these PhDs and these therapists and these child care workers paying the student loans, Biden wanted the taxpayers to pay the student loans. Check this out. It failed because the courts and the new administration viewed it as executive overreach, shifting debt burdens on the taxpayers without proper authorization, prioritizing fiscal responsibility over expansive subsidies, a prudent correction, many would say aligning with principle, borrow responsibility, repay dutifully. This is what I'm talking about today. The final blow came December 9th when the Trump administration settled with Missouri. Woo, that MAGA! Woo, that MAGA! Let's keep going, man. Trump and Zelensky meet at Mar-a-Lago on Ukraine peace deal. Let's get peace, man. Can we get some peace? Thank you for sharing the information. That's my job. Double tap at the like button and subscribe, man. That's a beautiful thumbnail too. I told you I love all women. Double tap at the like button. That's a beautiful thumbnail. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, become a member, hit the super chat. Trump and Zelensky meet at Mar-a-Lago for a Ukraine peace deal. The leaders discussed a 20-point peace plan, U.S. security guarantees, and economic aid, with Trump calling the sides very close to a deal. Zelensky stressed that while 85 to 87% of the Ukrainians want peace, they oppose withdrawing from Donbass on demand secure 60-day ceasefire for a referendum. Trump described Putin as very generous, drawing criticism, while Zelensky pushed for longer-term U.S. commitments. No more U.S. commitments, no more money, no more guns, no more nothing. The war is over, Zelensky. Somebody put it in the chat. The war is over, Zelensky. No more money, no more guns. $300 billion to the Ukraine. $300 billion to the Ukraine. No, we're not doing it. Zelensky pushed for longer-term U.S. commitments and openness to talks if Russia shows real intent. Thorny issues like territory remain, but both see progress amid ongoing strikes. Vladimir Zelensky said, as for withdrawal, let's read. President Trump has concluded a positive call with President Putin concerning the Ukraine. Let's go to Zelensky. Let's go to the war is. Thank you, everybody. Let's go to Zelensky. Let's go to Zelensky. Let's go to Zelensky right now.
Right? They're very resilient. They've been fighting all this time.
It's true.
But they're tired. Are they ready for a deal?
People want peace. Today, President Trump said, I saw the polls that 85%, maybe 87, he said first, want peace, so they agree. I said, yeah, this is our life. 87% support peace. At the same time, 85% against to withdraw from East, from the Donbass. It's meant that everybody wants peace, but just peace.
Right? They're very resilient. They've been fighting all this time.
It's true.
But they're tired. Are they ready for a deal?
People want peace. Today, President Trump said, I saw.
This guy's a damn comedian and an actor. He's not a politician. I don't know how we ended up with this clown. Let's see what Zelensky had to say right here. This is Zelensky right here. As for withdrawal from the Donbass, it is not secret that Russia wants this. in their fantasies. They would like us not to exist on the territory of our own country at all. These fantasies have been around for years, but we have our own land, our own territorial integrity, our own state, and our own interests. We will act in accordance with the interests of Ukraine. There's one problem with that. There's a huge problem with that understanding by Zelensky is that, let me read it again. This is Zelensky about withdrawing from Donbass. And he says that we have our own land, our own territorial integrity, our own state, and our own interests. But you're not wiping your own ass. Can I get wipe your own ass in the chat? This is the problem with the geopolitics right now. There's this idiot, the comedian that Biden put in power. This guy's not a politician. He's a fucking actor. And he's talking about shit that he can't have because in order to have it on a geopolitical stage, you need to be able to protect it, right? If you don't have the army, if you don't have the guns, if you don't have the soldiers, you don't have shit. What you have is a failing relationship with the motherfucking proxy state who's fighting the fucking war for you. So you don't have any fucking interests. Your interests are American interests. That's what I said earlier about France. This is the fucking idiocracy that is happening in America right now that's leading to death. He doesn't have legs to stand on. What the fuck is he talking about? We have our own land. You not according to Putin, keep blowing your ass up. Putin could take the whole thing like he took Crimea. We have our own territorial integrity, not without American bullets, not without American billions. You don't have your own state. You don't have anything. You are being propped up by America as it stands now. And this war should have been over 2 years ago. But Biden is the reason why we're having this war. The next thing that he says, Russia is at it again, using dangerous statements to undermine all achievements of our shared diplomatic efforts with President Trump's team. We keep working together to bring peace closer. This alleged resident strike story is complete fabrication intended to justify additional attacks against Ukraine, including Kiev, as well as Russia's own refusal to take necessary steps to end the war. Typical Russian lies. I don't see how we get peace with this guy. The one thing I do understand about the Ukraine and the peace process is that Zelensky has to go. Zelensky was propped up by the Democrats. Zelensky was put in power by Biden and the Democrats. Zelensky is never going to work in favor of Trump and in favor of peace. They don't care about victims. They don't care about death. This guy is trying to poke the bear. We're trying to get peace done, and here it is. He's talking about Russian lies and Russian fantasy. The only lie in fantasy is that the Ukraine can beat Russia. Can I get that in the chat? The only lie in fantasy is that the Ukraine ever had a chance without the help of America and NATO in a fight against Russia. That's the fantasy. That's the fantasy that Trump ended is over. The NATO fantasy, the NATO expansion, the only lies that were told was by Kamala Harris. When Kamala Harris with the Munich Security Council, and Kamala Harris said that the Ukraine had a desire and a right to be part of NATO. Those were fantasy. That was lies. That is how we got here. Democratic, liberal fantasy, NATO proliferation. Fantasy and lies, right? Your fantasy of becoming part of NATO. Your desire when Putin said the one thing that he will go to war over is the Ukraine becoming part of NATO. Why is this important? If the Ukraine becomes part of NATO, then the NATO puts missile bases and missiles in the Ukraine on a border of Russia, and that is a no-go for Putin and Russia. It is not about oil. It is not about all the democratic hoopla. It is not about all the bullshit that France and Macron is talking about. This is about France and NATO's desire to put missiles on the border of Russia and reignite the Cold War that doesn't exist. There is no Cold War. France does not have to fear Russia. Russia does not want shit from France and NATO. But if it did, it has nothing to do with America. Can we just get this out there? This is what we voted for. Even if Russia wants to take over France, we don't give a fuck. Can we get I don't give a fuck in the chat? Can I get I don't fuck with you? Come on now. I don't fuck with you or anything that you do. I don't fuck with you or anything that you do. I don't fuck with you and your crew. Ukraine, France, NATO. I don't fuck with you. Huh? I don't care. If Russia wants to take over Europe, they could have it. They could have it. They could have it. It's America first. It's America first, make America great again. If Russia wants it, they can have it, right? And if you don't want them to have it, France, and if you don't want them to have it, NATO, then you fight Russia. But America is not fighting your battles anymore. That's what this is all about. America is not fighting your battles anymore, right?
Marco,
That's what this is all about. We want peace. 20-point peace plan. 20-point peace plan. Donald Trump soon to speak with Zelensky in Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump, Zelensky, Mar-a-Lago.
Steve and with Jared and Marco and everybody.
Did Russia agree, or did Putin agree to a ceasefire to allow a referendum to take
Not a ceasefire, and that's one of the points that we're working on right now. No, not a ceasefire. He feels that, look, they're fighting and to stop, and then if they have to start again, which is a possibility, he doesn't want to be in that position. I understand that position. The president feels strongly about that or something, but I think we're finding ways that we can get around that. But I understand President Putin from that standpoint. You have to understand the other side. And, I'm on the side of peace. I'm on the side of stopping the war. So, but I think that's a problem that's going to get solved, yeah.
Would people who live outside of Ukrainians who fled during the war be allowed to participate?
Steve and with Jared and Marco and everybody.
Did Russia agree, or did Putin agree to a ceasefire to allow a referendum to take
Not a ceasefire, and that's one of the points that we're working on right now. No, not a ceasefire. He feels that, look, they're fighting and to stop, and then if they have to start again, which is a possibility, he doesn't want to be in that position. I understand that position. The president feels strongly about that or something, but I think we're finding ways that we can get around that. But I understand President Putin from that standpoint. You have to understand the other side. And, I'm on the side of peace. I'm on the side of stopping the war. So, but I think that's a problem that's going to get solved, yeah.
Would people who live outside of Ukrainians who fled during the war be allowed to participate?
Steve and with Jared and Marco and everybody.
So this is what's going on right now. We got a peace process going on right now. In Mar-a-Lago, you see Zelensky in America, Zelensky with Trump. We talk about peace. It's the end of 2026, and we wrapping it up. We're doing the end of 2026 wrap up. Peace in the Middle East. Putin do not care about what Donald Trump is talking about or Zelensky, and you have that information based on what Zelensky wants. Zelensky wants a forever war. Yes, he does, because he wants to stay in power. We haven't had an election in the Ukraine since 2014. The Democrats will never talk about real democracy, right? Why is he still in power? He's been in power since 2014. If he stays going in the conflict, then he don't have to give up the presidency, right? Anybody notice that Zelensky came into power in 2014, it's 2026. He's been there over 10 years, right? How long is a president supposed to be in power in the Ukraine? They need to have elections. They need to have elections, get a new voice, someone who's actually has experience in politician and conflict, not an actor, not a comedian, and then we'll get this thing solved. Why haven't we had elections in the Ukraine in the past 11 years? Why haven't we had elections in the Ukraine in the past 11 years?
What?
Huh? Why haven't we had elections in the Ukraine in the past 11 years? Let's get more from Trump on the peace process. This is more from Trump on the peace process and Zelensky and Trump meeting in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah. So in your conversation with President Putin, did you discuss what responsibility Russia will have for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine post an agreement?
I did. They're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Once, it sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president, President Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding, including supplying energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices. So a lot of good things came out of that call today. But they were in the works for 2 weeks with Steve and with Jared and Marco and everybody.
Yeah. So in your conversation with President Putin, did you discuss?
So right now, the question was, in case you didn't hear the question, it's a little asking Trump. is Russia going to help with the rebuilding of the Ukraine? And like I said earlier, Russia has an incentive for the peace process because Russia will make money. Did you hear what Trump? I'm going to play it again. Russia is going to benefit from the peace process monetarily, and they will benefit from the lack of people dying. This is a win-win for Russia, and the way the deal has been crafted, America is going to make money also. Listen to this and how my argument is being posited towards you this morning. Russia is going to make money on this peace deal. There are a lot of Democratic liberals in the Congress, and there are a lot of people in NATO who don't like the peace plan because it does favor Russia monetarily, amongst other things. Listen to this.
What responsibility Russia will have for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine post-agreement?
I did. They're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. It sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president, President Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding, including supplying energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices.
Do you understand what I'm saying? At very low prices. When the Ukraine succeeds, Russia will make money. Russia will benefit. This is what's good about the peace process. This is why the Democrats are boo-hooing the peace process, because it does look beneficial for Russia, and they look at it as Russia starting the conflict. They don't look at Kamala Harris and Biden as the people who started the conflict. Biden being in 2014 under Obama administration, being integral in the day of revolution, and when Zelensky came to power. I said Biden and the Democrats are responsible for Ukraine going back to 2014 and going back to 2022 when Kamala Harris herself was the one saying that NATO wanted Ukraine to join. Let's listen. Let's listen.
So a lot of good things came out of that call today, but they were in the works for 2 weeks with Steve and with Jared and Mark.
In your conversation with President Putin, did you discuss what responsibility Russia will have for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine post an agreement?
I did. They're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. It sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president, President Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding, including supplying energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices. So a lot of good things came out of that call today.
A lot of good things out of this Mar-a-Lago meeting. A lot of good. Why shouldn't America and Russia make money? We spend a lot of money. We spend a lot of effort and time in this $300 billion. Russia spent money. Russia lost lives. Russia shouldn't be able to recoup.
Not be honest.
Russia shouldn't be able to recoup. Sometimes you guys don't even put thoughts into some of the things you say. America spent money, lives, blood, and tears, $300 billion. Well, Russia spent a lot of money, and a lot of Russian soldiers die. So usually, and when someone goes to war and you make them spend money and you make them kill and soldiers die, yeah, you got to compensate Russia. Russia is perfectly within their right because they're winning the war, and it's called the spoils of war. I get your land. I get your oil. I get your people. Didn't we do that in Iraq? Didn't we do that in Afghanistan? Ain't that what America does? It's called the spoils of war. So Putin doesn't have to give up shit because the Ukraine without America's help cannot defeat them, right? Russia is winning, and Russia deserves whatever spoils of war in a peace agreement, and that's what they're going to get. Or else they're going to keep kicking ass. And the Ukraine can't stop them without American help, and America's not going to help anymore.
Is there any indication that you see that Vladimir Putin wants peace by what he's doing or saying?
Me not, be honest. And I don't see it because, first of all, I don't hear it publicly. His messages, he doesn't speak about peace. Now he doesn't speak. He says that he can go further. It's not the signals of peace.
Is there any indication that you...
I agree. He can go further. He wants to remind Zelensky, I'm not doing my worst. He's a nuclear nation. Zelensky is not a nuclear nation. I think Putin is being very generous to Zelensky. And he is basically saying he can't go further. I agree with Putin's assessment that he can go further, right? And we got to get this guy out of office. That's what it comes down to. We got to get this guy out of office, man.
В якому форматі це може бути?
We got to get this guy out of office, man. That's what it comes down to.
Indication that you see that Vladimir Putin wants peace.
We got to get this guy out of office, man. That's it.
Territory.
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
Yeah.
So how do you get to yes?
At all the parties.
This is the thing. I still think he's acting. You guys let me know in the chat. Do you think Zelensky is genuine or is he being an actor? Because remember, he was acting and playing the role of president.
But that's the hard part.
Yeah.
Is the territory.
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
Yeah.
So how do you get to yes?
All the parties have to understand that the worst way is to go out from the Donbass. It will be big risks for Ukraine, not acceptable by Ukrainians, but they will, just personally. And referendum will not be positive.
But that's the hard part.
Yeah.
Is the territory.
So the territory, and he's trying to be logical with them. You've already lost this territory, right? Zelensky has already lost this territory. Look at that sun come. We ain't had no sun in a little while. You sound idiotic. You need to do some research, baby. Look at that beautiful sun, man. We've been having an atmospheric river. We've been having an atmospheric river. Oh, man. Oh, man, what a MAGA Monday, man. What's our last story, man? The Affordable Care Act. I got some other MAGA meat. I got some MAGA meat I had up here for you guys, man. We've been flowing, man. Y'all the best chat, chat, man. I got some Minneapolis. You know, one of my favorite stories is Minneapolis, man. And we've been talking about the $1 billion fraud. Ilhan Omar, Tim Walz, Somalian mayor, Somalian senator, Somalian Congress, and surprise, $1 billion is stole. Minneapolis Child Care Center collected $8 million despite 95 violations. You can't make this up. If you guys wonder how $1 billion was stolen, it was corruption. It was corruption because you had shout out to you, Mike. It was corruption because you had Somalian leadership, Somalian politicians, and they got corrupt people, and they did the corruption. Check this out. A Quality Learning Center at 1411 Nicola Avenue faced repeated issues from 2019 to 2023, including improper staff ratios and incomplete medical records, leading to a conditional license in 2022 and fines in 2024. State records show it received funds through Minnesota Child Assistance Program. Now remember, Ilhan Omar of the squad, of Somalian descent and birth, being investigated for marrying her brother, now worth $30 million, is the politician who brought forth the policy to give the doorway and the path for Somalian immigrants to get all this money. Do you guys know that? Let me keep reading. State records show it received the funds through Minnesota's Child Care Assistance Program, which continues payments unless a license is revoked or fraud is proven. Recent visits from the building seemingly empty on weekdays, prompting lawmakers like Rep. Lisa DeMuth to demand better oversight amid broader fraud probes. So this is how they stole $1 billion. They set up these 501(c)(3)s and they claim to feed children, house children, but in actual fact, no one is there. They're receiving millions of dollars. So not only are they receiving money to run the program, but then they hit up the state for money to feed kids that don't actually exist. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? They're lying about money for a child daycare, right? They're saying, give me $8 million to run this child daycare, but there's no children there. And then they, in turn, once they get the money and the government believes the lie that I have 100 kids here, then they bill the government for 1,000 meals, not 100 meals. They said, I have a daycare. The daycare has no kids. And then they get $8 million to run the daycare, and then they build the government to feed the fake kids. And then they say, even though they only got 100 kids that they never had, they told the government they had 1,000 kids and they needed 1,000 meals, and that's how they stole $1 billion.
Nearly $8 million.
Let's go to the report. Let's go to the report right now. This is a daycare in Minneapolis who has gotten millions of dollars in government funding, and this is a weekday, but no kids. And they get millions for food, they get millions for housing, they get millions for electricity, but no one is there.
I started by visiting Quality Learning Center Daycare,
So it is that 14B.
which sits right in the heart of downtown Minneapolis. Between 2019 and 2023, the Minnesota Department of Human Services found 95 violations at this location. They range from failure to keep hazardous items away from children to no records for 16 children, which include things like immunizations, emergency contacts, and medical needs. So state investigators placed Quality Learning Center on a conditional license in 2022. I went to the daycare's location several times, and only once did I see people there.
Oh, that's your daycare.
But I did not see any children.
So there are 80 kids in there?
No.
After school? Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
DHS declined an interview, but in a statement acknowledged Quality Learning Center was put on a conditional license because of its poor safety record. But it still received nearly $8 million in taxpayers' money since 2019. Its conditional status removed in 2024.
So this is how they're stealing the money. This is how they're stealing. This is more receipts and evidence. I've been bringing you this Minneapolis story because it's just sick and perverse how they're able to steal the money. So Quality Learning Center is set up as a daycare, but no kids are there. And then they're billing for money and for food, but nobody is there to eat the food, right? This is how they stole the money. The infamous Quality Learning Center at 1411 Nicollet has already been raided by the FBI in 2015. Let me read you something right here. This place was raided by the FBI in 2015. It was called Salama Child Care Center at the time. They have been scamming since 2015, simply obtained another license. Did you guys understand this? They also got raided in FBI by 2015. This is the same building, simply obtained another license by making up a new name at the same address. The FBI has been investigating that location for 10 years. It is getting its license revoked after it was discovered that the owner had a previous license taken away in its center in St. Cloud, Minnesota, the Salama Child Care Center, and they use Islam to make it seem like they're legitimate, right? Because people think Islam is supposed to be beyond reproach, and Islamic people would never steal and lie and fraud. So that's why it's called the Salama Child Care Center, because Americans think that these Islamic things are not going to steal, and that's an absolute damn lie. Minneapolis Department of Human Services on Wednesday, May 13th, in the process of executing a search warrant, state officials discovered in Minneapolis and St. Cloud centers had the same license holder under state law. The same license holder and or controlling individual may not hold any DHS license for 5 years following the revocation. The Minneapolis Center has until Friday, May 29th to appeal the DHS decision. The Salama Child Care Center in St. Cloud had its license revoked on June 17, 2014. DHS says the center was closed due to serious and chronic violations. One of those instances included the time a 4-year-old left the center unattended. Staff did not realize the child was missing for more than an hour. This is all. I'm giving you all information, baby. I'm giving all information. The Salama Child Care Center, families arriving at the daycare later in the day were turned away. The Department of Human Services won't say why its agents were at the daycare, but this particular center had violations with the state in the past. Those violations include not having enough supervision of educational aides and no proof of training on various issues. Somali advocate Omar Jamal said he spoke with the owner, Ahmed Alis, who told him the DHS descended on the business Wednesday morning and started going through computers. We don't think this has anything to do with terrorism, probably an allegation of fraud, Jamal said. The Minneapolis Salama Child Care Program is affiliated with a child care center with the same name in St. Cloud, which had a license revoked in June. You cannot make this stuff up. This is how they stole the money. This is how they stole the money. Fake daycare centers. And then the FBI, just like in the $1 billion fraud, you know, they were caught. And then Tim Walz judges said, continue to pay them. The federal government came in and said, what's going on? And the Tim Walz judges said, continue to pay them, because the Democrats wanted the votes. The Democrats wanted the votes. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that? The Democrats wanted the votes. So when the federal government saw the billions of dollars going out to these fake 501(c)(3)s, Tim Walz and them said, continue to pay them. Tim Walz said, continue to pay them, right? Just in case you want to know how billions of dollars get stolen in Minneapolis. How does billions of dollars get stolen in Minneapolis? Wait until they figure out where kids went, right? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. It is closed. An investigation by authorities, not a YouTuber influencer, closed it, right? It's closed. It's closed. Trump. What else I got on Minneapolis? I had, oh man, did you see this Charlie Kirk thing? I'm gonna get to that in a second. I had something else on Minneapolis though. Columbus woman describes hit and run involving uninsured Somali drivers. Yeah, this is expanding and hurting so many people, right? In the video, the woman says police found suspect's vehicle nearby, but the group claims she backed into them, a story officers rejected. She relays their explanation of lacking insurance because they are from Somalia and plan to return there. Do you hear this? They just grifters, you guys. So they're getting in accidents, don't have insurance. Then they try to blame the American woman who they hit. And then when the police wouldn't believe they bullshit, then they said, well, we don't have insurance because we from Somalia and we going back to Somalia, but they probably been here 20 years. This is why this is why I support ICE, because these people have deportation orders. They supposed to leave the country, but they still hanging around, committing crimes, causing violence and havoc, and American citizens got to pay for it, right? I'm gonna play the video. They plan to return, though she is unsure if true. Officers placed her in their cruiser for safety amid the group's loud behavior. Then they got loud, right? The clip has drawn widespread attention amid frustrations over uninsured drivers in Ohio. What about uninsured drivers in Colorado and California, where Gavin Newsom and Democratic governors in Colorado give out CDL to people who don't have proper representation, where 13% lack coverage, fueling calls for stricter enforcement in Columbus's large Somali community. No police confirmation exists on arrest tickets of the suspect. So this is the video breaking out of Columbus, Ohio. Number 2, Somali hotspot in America. American woman gets slammed in a hit and run by a Somali migrant with no insurance. He bolts from the scene, then tries to flip it and claims she hit him. She quotes him, "We don't have insurance because we're from Somalia and planning to go back to Somalia," right? You can't make this
Obviously, since I couldn't drive my car to the...
You can't make this stuff up. Let's go to the video right now. Let's go to the... Why are they driving? Somebody put that in the chat. Why are they driving if you don't have license and insurance? You shouldn't be driving. I don't care if you're here visiting. That means you should not be driving. You got to pay for this accident.
I just had a hit and run, and I called the police, and they came over and did a police report, and I gave them a description of the vehicle, and some nearby police officers that were patrolling the area found the vehicle in a parking lot. And now the people that hit my car are telling the police that I hit them, that I backed into them. The police, of course, do not believe them. And the police officers, obviously, since I couldn't drive my car to the scene where these people were, gave me a ride in their car. So I am in the back of a police cruiser right now, and they also said that they didn't want me to speak directly to the people because they were kind of just being really boisterous and loud, and they didn't think it would be safe for me to exchange information. They said that they do not have insurance because they are from Somalia and they are planning to go back to Somalia. I'm not sure if any of that is even true.
Can't make this up. Can't make this up. Let's watch it again. Y'all want to watch it again? Let's watch it again. A woman was hit in the #2 place for Somalians in America. The people who hit her were from Somalia. They lied. They left the scene. Police found them, pulled them over, and then they said, we don't have insurance because we're from Somalia and we're going back. Let's take a look at the video.
I just had a hit and run, and I called the police, and they came over and did a police report, and I gave them a description of the vehicle, and some nearby police officers that were patrolling the area found the vehicle in a parking lot. And now the people that hit my car are telling the police that I hit them, that I backed into them. The police, of course, do not believe them. And the police officers, obviously, since I couldn't drive my car to the scene where these people were, gave me a ride in their car. So I am in the back of a police cruiser right now. And
so you're listening to a white woman from Ohio. She was hit by these individuals. This is her car. This is her car. These are the people who hit her. They are Somali immigrants. They ran away from the scene. The police put her in her car. She's in the police car right now because they were so loud and violent. The police feared for her safety. Now they are trying to explain to the police officers why they are not at fault and why they don't have insurance.
they also said that they didn't want me to speak directly to the people because they were kind of just being really boisterous and loud, and they didn't think it would be safe for me to exchange information. They said that they do not have insurance because they are from Somalia and they are planning to go back to Somalia. I'm not sure if any of that is even true.
So they said they don't have insurance because they are from Somalia and they plan to go back to Somalia, but they ran from the accident. They ran from the accident. They ran. This is earlier somebody in the chat says, how does this benefit Americans, right? When these people are not here, it benefits Americans because they are not causing this type of damage. Hey, Ohio, you follow the law, carry insurance, and a Somali national hits your car, flees, admits they have no insurance, and says they're leaving anyway. The law is enforced on Americans and excuse for everyone else. We are not dumping ground for illegal activity. Let's take a listen. Do you guys agree? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with this video. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree.
Hey, Ohio, picture this. You're driving home, you're insured, you're registered, you're doing everything that Ohio law requires. And then bam, somebody crashes into your car and flees the scene. Later, police find the vehicle. It's completely destroyed in the front. And instead of this person taking responsibility, stunning response. I'm from Somalia, I don't have insurance, and I'm going back anyway. Let that sink in. And let's stop right here. Watch this.
And I called the police, and they came over and did a police report, and I gave them a description of the vehicle, and some nearby police officers that were patrolling the area found the vehicle in a parking lot. And now the people that hit my car are telling the police that I hit them, that I backed into them. The police, of course, do not believe them.
This is not about ethnicity. This is about crime and consequences. Yes, hit and runs happen in America every day. But what doesn't happen everywhere is when somebody actually openly admits they're never going to be held accountable because they're going back to Somalia, and our system is allowing for it. This is not a random crime anymore. This is learned behavior. Everybody knows that the hypocrisy here is stunning. Nobody wants to point this out, so let's do it. Ohio requires you to carry insurance to drive. If you don't carry insurance, you can lose your license, you can lose your car, you can lose your freedom. But when somebody enters this country, let's just say illegally, drives uninsured, maybe this person was legal, I don't care, but destroys American property and then walks away, the system suddenly forgets its own rules because who pays? You do. Higher premiums, out-of-pocket repairs, zero accountability. Ohio has the second largest Somali population next to Minnesota, and increased law enforcement scrutiny here is not political, it's data-driven. We're watching fraud, repeat offenses, patterns of behavior that's actually been ignored for years, and we're finally investigating it. I'm going to continue bringing these issues until we have accountability. This is not about where somebody comes from. It's whether you come here and whether you follow our laws. If you're in this country illegally and committing crimes against Americans, this is the moment to take your exit, because DHS is actually voluntarily offering self-deportation assistance, including $3,000. Take it. Get out of our state, because enforcement is back and Ohio is no longer going to be a soft target for crime. Ohio is done being a place where Americans pay the price for everybody else's lawlessness.
Good job. Good job. Give her a MAGA hand clap. Give her a MAGA hand clap. Good job. $3,000. I said it earlier. Didn't I say we giving them money? We giving them plane tickets. $3,000 to self-deport, bro. So I don't want to hear any complaints when you talk about people and ICE got to show up to your house. How does ICE know where you at? Because we gave you money. We gave you date and time. Get up out of here. Self-deport, man. Minnesota child care centers accused of massive fraud and viral video. Shirley's 42-minute video from December 26 reveals several state-funded centers under the Child Care Assistance Program appearing deserted, with researcher David estimating over $110 million in public funds to just 13 sites, only the start of billions lost statewide. So remember, we reported 1 billion, it's actually billions. Minnesota has faced welfare fraud for years, including the $250 million Feed Our Families, Feed Our Future scandal, what I talked about here, prompting critics like Representative Tom Emmer to question Governor Tim Walz's oversight, while his office points to ongoing crackdowns and FBI partnerships. A new claim links one center phone to Walz's office through unverified as federal scrutiny intensifies over vulnerabilities in child care, Medicaid, and housing programs. Right. Sweet Angel Care, which receives $1.26 million in CCAP funding, their phone number goes directly to Tim Walz's office. Prosecute Tim Walz. Let's show a video. I'm gonna show some video. I got a bunch of video here. Tim Walz, instead of demonizing our Somali community, we're going to welcome more in. Instead of cutting programs, we're going to enhance them. He must be prosecuted. That's what Tim Walz said. Tim Walz said, after everything I presented to you on
retaliated again.
After everything I presented to you on this Somali issue, this is what the Democratic leadership, and you wonder why Kamala Harris lost.
Governor Walz, what can you say about the latest on the Somali fraud that happened under your watch, sir?
Governor, have you been able to apologize yet to the people of Minnesota for allowing this Somali fraud to continue under your watch?
Of the people of Minnesota.
Is it time to apologize? How about the whistleblowers that you have allegedly retaliated against? Would you like to respond to the whistleblowers?
And right now, our neighbors are being demonized. Our neighbors are being terrorized. Our neighbors are being picked up off the streets. The antidote to that is positive actions to improve lives that go against what they're trying to do. So instead of demonizing our Somali community, we're going to do more to welcome more in and welcome people in. Instead of cutting programs, we're going to enhance them.
So the answer by Democrats is more More Somalians. More Somalians. That's Tim Walz. Tim Walz, you might as well just say you don't want to be governor no more. So Tim Walz's answer to the Somali billion-dollar fraud is more Somalians. More Somalians. That's what he said. I can't make this up.
One of the things
I can't make this up. Tim Walz just said the answer to Somalian fraud in Minnesota is bring in more Somalians. Who gonna pay? Thank you, lock them up. Who gonna pay for the fraud? Who gonna where the $1 billion at, Tim?
Massive fraud is going on here in the state of Minnesota, especially in Minneapolis. Explain to me what's going on with the daycares.
So one of the things that I've noticed is there's an exceptional number of child care centers that are set up mostly in Minneapolis, but also in St. Paul. And I said, wow, how many kids are there in the Twin Cities? Some of them are by my office, and I would watch, and I said, well, there aren't any kids there. And I go to another one, there aren't any kids there, and I'd see just some Somali guys outside smoking cigarettes. So I stopped at one of them, and I said, hey, I'm just wondering, I've got a grandson who's looking for childcare, and I wonder if this might be a good facility. And they said, no, we're all full. And they had the door open, and I looked, and there were no kids. There was like a couch and a table with a couple chairs. And I said, well, are the kids out back playing, or what kind of place is this? And the guy said, you go. And he almost pushed me out the door, and then he followed me down the street to my car. And that's when I said, wait a minute, there's something going on here. And that's got to be maybe 5 years ago. This fraud is so massive. When the dust settles on this, it's going to be found to be the largest fraud in the history of the country and probably the world. It's that big. The ones that I've gotten data on, they average about $2.5 million a year, and a lot of them will say they have anywhere from 80 to 120 children. I've been to literally 40 or 50 of these childcare, and there never has been a single child at any one of them ever. Morning, afternoon, evening. Some of them say they're open till 10 o'clock at night. I go there in the morning, I go there in the afternoon, I go there at 9 o'clock at night. Nobody, there are no kids there ever.
So this is how, so we've been talking about the $1 billion fraud. People, what's the big deal about deportation? What do we get? People have been saying, how do they steal $1 billion in Minnesota? And we talked about feeding our future. We talked about Omar, Ilhan Omar, who's been under investigation for marrying her brother. She's been married 3 times. She's currently married to a white man. They're worth $30 million. No one knows where the $30 million came from. Ilhan Omar created a policy. You know, policy. Today I've been talking a lot about policy, Affordable Care Act, student loans, peace plans. We talk a lot about policy today. Well, she created a policy for a pathway for Somalian immigrants to get food through welfare programs, right? That was Omar's design, right? And then all of a sudden, all of these 501(c)(3)s pop up after Omar creates this pathway, and they start asking the United States government for money for food, money for therapy, money for housing, money for whatever you could think of via the welfare program. I have a major issue with this because what we're talking about is we're talking about Africans. A lot of people here in America gave money. My life, I grew up giving money to UNICEF. My whole life, I saw African children starving on the television. How many people saw African children starving on the television in America? And they told us, give money to starving African children. We saw swollen bellies. We saw flies on eyeballs. And so we felt sorry, and we wanted to help Africans. We sent money via UNICEF. They had the World Fund. Remember all of these things to give money to Africans who are starving while in Africa. Please listen to what I am saying. I said, as an American child, we gave money to Africans who were starving in Africa, right? Because we understood there was problems in Africa that legitimized the starvation. We could understand starvation in African villages with poor water and poor electricity in third world countries. That made sense. Starvation under those circumstances made sense to the American people. So we gave money, we gave help. That made sense. All right, is everybody following my train of thought? Are you seeing where I'm going? Starvation in Africa made sense to the American public, right? Because it's a third world country. They live in villages. They don't have running water, electricity. So starvation made sense. We send money, we send help. Starvation for Africans, once they get to America, makes no fucking sense. Do you understand my argument this morning? Starvation, once you get to America, is no longer acceptable. I no longer accept the premise and the ideology that now you continue to starve. Well, we have running water, we have electricity, we have jobs, we have colleges, we have schools. No one starves in America. People throw away food in America. There are apps where you can go to restaurants. At the end of the day, restaurants give away food. We have food banks. There are homeless people every day. I live in California. It's full of homeless people. If you give a homeless person a sandwich, they will cuss you out. Does anybody ever experience this? If you try to give a homeless person food in America, they will cuss you out. I will advise you to not give homeless people food because it may turn violent. Why do homeless people not like when you give them food? Does anybody know the answer why American homeless do not like when people give them food instead of money? Does anybody know the answer why they want food? They don't want food because they can get food anywhere. How many times has a homeless person cussed you out and said, I don't want your fucking food. I'm not hungry. I can get food anywhere. Homeless people can get food anywhere. There is no food lacking in America. They want money. They want money. They want money. They want money. They do not want, need, or desire food. So Somalians starving in America makes no sense. African immigrants now living in a country where our homeless will cuss you out. Somalians living in a country that is so rich, is so plentiful of food that our homeless will say, fuck you if you try to give them a Big Mac. You cannot give a homeless person your leftover Happy Meal. I tried. If you have a Happy Meal and your daughter did not eat the nuggets, you cannot give the nuggets to a homeless person. They will say, fuck you. They want $1, $5, because food is everywhere in America. So explain to me why Somalians came to America and still starve. How are you starving in America? Our homeless don't even want fucking food, bro. Our homeless are fat. Our homeless eat what they want. Our homeless eat steak. Hello? You cannot give a homeless person a steak in America. They won't take it because it's so much food in America. They want money. So please explain why Somalians are starving in America and they needed to get welfare and food. Why does it make sense that Somalians, it makes sense that Somalians were starving in Somalia. I got it. Africa's a third world country. You're starving because Africa is a third world country and you suffer from colonialism. Whether it's true or not, that's what it is. We understood. Send UNICEF. Send the World Fund. Send Bill Gates. Send every fucking billionaire with money to fucking Africa and feed the fucking hungry babies. But if they fucking get to America, they don't get more food, bro. If they get to America, they don't get to file programs and say, I need food once you get to America, because there's food everywhere, right? There's food everywhere. Africa is a country. You are no longer a guest here. You are no longer a guest here. Now, let's play the video again of how they are stealing money.
Massive fraud is going on here in the state of Minnesota, especially in Minneapolis. Explain to me what's going on with the daycares.
So one of the things that I've noticed is there's an exceptional number of child care centers that are set up mostly in Minneapolis, but also in St. Paul. And I said, wow, how many kids are there in the Twin Cities? Some of them are by my office, and I would watch, and I said, well, there aren't any kids there. And I'd go to another one, there aren't any kids there, and I'd see just some Somali guys outside smoking cigarettes. So I stopped at one of them, and I said, hey, I'm just wondering, I've got a grandson who's looking for childcare, and I wonder if this might be a good facility. And they said, no, we're all full. And they had the door open, and I looked, and there were no kids. There was like a couch and a table with a couple chairs, and I said, well, are the kids out back playing, or what kind of place is this? And the guy said, you go, and he almost pushed me out the door, and then he followed me down the street to my car, and that's when I said, wait a minute, there's something going on here, and that's got to be maybe 5 years ago. This fraud is so massive. When the dust settles on this, it's going to be found to be the largest fraud in the history of the country and probably the world. It's that big. The ones that I've gotten data on, they average about $2.5 million a year, and a lot of them will say they have anywhere from 80 to 120 children. I've been to literally 40 or 50 of these childcare, and there never has been a single child at any one of them ever. Morning, afternoon, evening. Some of them say they're open till 10 o'clock at night. I go there in the morning, I go there in the afternoon, I go there at 9 o'clock at night. Nobody, there are no kids there ever.
No ever. So not only are they lying about the number of kids, the Feed Our Futures, they were lying about food. So they're saying I got 100 kids here and I need to feed 100 kids, but there are not 100 kids there. So how can you feed 100 kids when there are not 100 kids there? But then, and remember I told you though, they were billing for 1,000 meals. Let's get more evidence of how they stole billions of dollars in Minneapolis. Y'all know my brother right here. This is my fellow MAGA brother. He doing some investigation in Minnesota. We're going to present it to you.
Here in Minnesota, massive fraud is taking place within the government and the Somali population. Here, this building alone, Quality Learning Center, is a daycare, yet they spelled learning wrong, and they said leering. This daycare alone in 2025 has received $1.9 million.
They spelled learning wrong. You can't make this up. They spelled learning wrong. You cannot make this. They spelled learning. This is a learning center for children. They have received millions of dollars to teach children, and the sign is spelled incorrectly. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go, MAGA. The sign is spelled incorrectly. There it is, the Leering Center, not the Learning Center, the Leering Center.
Here in Minnesota, massive fraud is taking place within the government and the Somali population. Here, this building alone, Quality Learning Center, is a daycare, yet they spelled learning wrong, and they said leering. This daycare alone in 2025 has received $1.9 million from the government. And the strange things about these childcare centers is there's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. If you were to try to go inside, it's completely closed and the windows are all blacked out. No one's working. Midday, children should be in here, and this place is licensed for 99 children, and this is the outside. There's no windows, no nothing, and like I said, they literally spelled the word wrong on their sign. This is open and blatant fraud taking place here inside of Minnesota. The government is complicit with this, and this is just one of the hundreds of child daycare centers here inside of Minneapolis being ran by the Somali population. It's sad that it's happening here in Minnesota, and it stinks that it's happening and it's being labeled on the Somali population. However, that's just the facts of what's happening here inside of Minnesota. $1.9 million for this daycare center that can't even spell learning right.
Can't make this up. Can't make this up. $1.9 million, 99 kids, no kids there. No kids there. Learning center, they didn't spell learning correctly. So when we talk about $1 billion being stolen, when we talk about 250,000 deportees, Donald Trump and ICE, Donald Trump being the most successful second-term president, Donald Trump being the most best president that America's ever seen, we're basing it on facts like this. We're basing it on fraud. And then Tim Walz. Don't forget, Minnesota is where Tim Walz was vice presidential nominee. Potentially what happened in Minnesota could have gone nationwide. If Tim Walz and Kamala Harris walk into the White House, if Tim Walz waltz into the White House, then the fraud goes global. Then the Somalians they probably had a plan. I bet you the Somalians had a plan for when Tim Walz became social media insurance, bro. What's up with you? But I couldn't get PPP money. That's That's my brother Alonzo Hall, the insurance, also social media insurance, bro. He said he has a business. He has employees. He said the Somalians got 1.9 million. They stole billions of dollars from daycares with no kids, but my brother couldn't even qualify for a PPP loan. Brother, if you lived in Minnesota and you were Somali, you would be a billionaire. That's how they stole $1 billion, man. That's how they stole $1 billion, man. That's
recent video by Nick.
That's how they stole $1 billion. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
So guys, this is absolutely mind-blowing. So I was watching the most recent video by Nick Shirley exposing these daycare centers. Now, they're going daycare to daycare, and the next one that they go to is called Sweet Angel Childcare. This is where they show up to. And this is the business right here. Sweet Angel Childcare in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, listen to where this phone number goes to when you call this childcare center. Just wait for it.
Thank you for contacting the Office of Governor Tim Walz and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. Our office is located at 130 State Capitol at 75 Reverend.
Oh my God. I'll do it again. Sweet Angel Childcare. It goes to Governor Tim Walz's office. Why is a child care center directly going to the office of the governor? Make it make sense. Hold on.
Thank you for contacting the Office of Governor Tim Walz and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan.
If this is not a direct link to Tim Walz and these fraudulent child care centers, I don't know what else is. Bro, this is crazy. I'm just in shock right now. I was recording a YouTube video and reacting to this video, and I was like, let me call and look up their Google reviews. I was just looking up their Google reviews, and I was like, let me call this number. And I call it, and it goes to Governor Tim Walz's office. Make that make sense.
Make that make sense, ladies and gentlemen. So we talking about more than $1 billion in fraud. We talking about more than $1 billion in fraud. We are talking about more.
You know, you're doing it because you're what?
We are talking about more than $1 billion in fraud. This is crazy. No, it is. It literally is. It literally is. This is the you know the crazy part is it's still not illegal. They are still paying some of these daycares.
Governor Tim Walz is saying that you and others that are out there trying to expose this, you know, you're doing it because you're white supremacists. What is your response to him?
Yeah, Tim wants votes. There are entire apartment complexes where white people have been pushed out of these apartment complexes because Somalians have taken over and they're inside of these towns like Minneapolis where they can go get votes from these people. And if you have 100,000 people that will vote for you because you're going to enable and let this stuff happen, and because you're going to call a white person racist for calling out facts, this is what's going to happen to a state like Minnesota. Minnesotans, they say Minnesota nice, but they are very upset. And I totally understand why they're upset, because they don't have a governor who's actually working for them. He's actually working against them.
Governor Tim Walz is saying that you and others that are out there trying to expose this, you know, you're doing it because you're white supremacists. What is your response?
Do you agree that this is because he's white supremacist?
To him.
Yeah, Tim wants votes. There are entire apartment complexes where white people have been pushed out of these apartment complexes because Somalians have taken over and they're inside of these towns like Minneapolis where they can go get votes from these people. And if you have 100,000 people that will vote for you because you're going to enable and let this stuff happen, and because you're going to call a white person racist for calling out facts, this is what's going to happen to a state like Minnesota.
If you're going to call a white person racist for calling out facts, if you're going to call a black person racist for calling, I get called so many names, man. What's that name to the movie where Tom Hanks with the pirates, the Somalian pirates. It was called Captain something. I remember that movie, man. I remember the Navy SEALs was in the water. I explained that to my wife. My wife didn't believe me. I said the Navy SEALs, when Rachel Maddow was talking about the Navy SEALs blowing up the drug boat, I said the Navy SEALs are so proficient. The Navy SEALs are so amazing. During that pirate, the Navy SEALs stayed in the water for 3 days. The Navy SEAL, I don't even know how it is. It don't even sound real. The Navy SEALs was living in the water for a couple days. The snipers, they disappeared. Captain Phillips, the Navy SEALs was living in the water overnight to get the shot to kill the Somali pirates. They killed the Somali pirate from the water. They killed the Somali pirates from the water. They had some type of reflective gear on where they looked invisible in the ocean. There's fucking sharks, bro. There's whales and sharks. The ocean is scary, bro. The ocean is terrifying. They're in the middle of the ocean. They got sharks and whales, and they just little human beings floating in the water overnight to kill them Somali pirates. Navy SEALs and Rachel Maddow wanted to question, Rachel Maddow, a fucking TV pundit, wanted to question the decision-making skills of the same people who were able to sit in the water overnight and shoot a motherfucker while waving in the water. Rachel Maddow, you need to apologize to the Navy SEALs. You need to apologize to the Navy SEALs. They knew what they were doing. Ain't gonna hurt nobody. We just dancing, y'all. Ain't gonna hurt nobody. Ain't gonna hurt nobody. We just dancing, y'all. Ain't gonna hurt nobody. Double tap at the like button, everybody. Double tap at the like button, man. We talking about Minnesota fraud, man. Giving more details on the Minneapolis fraud, man.
News stations, and every local news operation had a guy,
We talking about the Minnesota fraud, man. Double tap. He said, I'm from Mississippi. Shout out to you from the Mississippi, man. Southern culture.
Nick, when I was your age, I used to watch all the local news stations, and every local news operation had a guy, a roving reporter, who would go around and find waste, fraud, and abuse. Are there local reporters like that in your area? And why do you think they weren't doing the work that you did?
I don't know. They're scared of being called nowadays because it's Somalians that are committing this fraud. People are scared to be called Islamophobic, racist, in which has nothing to do with what's going on, because fraud is fraud. It doesn't matter if it's a black person, white person, Asian person, Mexican. Fraud is fraud, and we work too hard simply just to be paying taxes and enabling fraud to be happening.
Nick,
do you agree? Fraud is fraud, and taxes, and we work too hard to pay taxes to just give away money to Somalian immigrants and these fraud claims, right? We going over this fraud in Minnesota.
Driver, and I said, well,
we're going over this fraud in Minnesota. Let's double tap hit the like button. It's presenting a lot of receipts. What's going on in Minneapolis?
I started to see all these transportation companies going around, and it was always a Somali driver. And I said, well, that's great. They're out there transportation, contributing, but they never had a passenger, never, ever once. And I said, well, what is all this transportation? What are they doing? So then I found out that in Minnesota, they have something called non-emergency medical transportation. So this is going to the dentist's office, therapy, whatever it might be. And I said, well, how many of these companies are there? And the research came back that there are 1,020 of them, and more than 800 of them are Somali-owned.
Wow! Alonzo, you still in here? Alonzo, you still in here? You hear this, hustle? Man, the Somalians got every hustle. I know about this hustle. Man. The Somalians are hustling. Oh my God. You hear this? They doing the medical transportation, brothers and sisters. I was waiting for him to say, how many transportation companies? 1,000. Wow. Come on, man. It ain't that many, just like the daycares. It ain't that many kids. It ain't that many people to transport. It is everybody that's Somalian disabled. Holy shit, man. Holy shit.
I started to see all these transportation companies going around, and it was always a Somali driver. And I said, well, that's great. They're out there transportation, contributing, but they never had a passenger. Never, ever once. And I said, well, what is all this transportation? What are they doing? So then I found out that in Minnesota, they have something called non-emergency medical transportation. So this is going to the dentist's office, therapy, whatever it might be. And I said, well, how many of these companies are there? And the research came back that there are 1,020 of them, and more than 800 of them are Somali-owned. Nobody from the state of Minnesota ever cross-checks to see if any rides were ever actually provided. All they did was write the check. I started to see all these transportation companies.
Wow, man, I'm doing this wrong, man. I need to stop doing YouTube. You know what I realized? All the Americans, all the MAGA patriots in the chat, we the dummies. We are the dummies, man. Right? We should be doing. Why the Somalians figured it out? Why are we paying our taxes? Why are we going to church? Why do we respect our neighbors? Why? Why don't we just be like the Somalians and steal because the money is free? Why don't we all just steal because America would not be America? See, this is what's the biggest argument about the immigration and why Japan stopped immigration. Because why don't all of us do it? Why don't all of us do it? Why don't all of us just create fake daycares? Why don't all of us create fake drivers, right? Because our country would cease to be the greatest place in the world, and we have pride. And we love our country, and we understand that things have to be paid for. Obamacare has to be paid for. Student loans have to be paid for. Child tax credits have to be paid for. Buses have to be paid for. Rent has to be paid for. See, we get it because we love our country. But if you're not American, if you only here temporarily, if you are Somalian and you're going back to Somalia in maybe 20 years, when you take all the money you can take, then you don't care. You don't care about America. You don't care about Americans. You don't care about the tax burden that you cause when all of this fraud and theft and all of the children that go hungry while you steal and steal and steal like it's free. This is because I know everybody thinking, as you look at the story, you might be like, well, shit, I should steal too. Why don't I steal? If all of the immigrants are going to steal and they're getting rich, billions of dollars, millions of dollars. So what is the result of all this theft? What is the result of Somalians stealing and stealing and stealing? Let me show you something. Let me show you how Somalians feel about you and everything after all this theft, right? Let me show you. Let me show you a result. So Somalians do all this theft, right? And I know you were saying to yourself, why don't I steal? Why don't I just go ahead and steal? Because I'm hungry, I'm struggling, I gotta pay student loans, I gotta pay Medicare. Why don't I steal? If everyone's gonna steal, let's show the results. Let me show you. If this don't piss you off, nothing is gonna piss you off.
First things first, I'm actually so shocked that Trump is attacking us. I think Trump should be thanking us in multiple ways, and I'm gonna explain.
She is shocked. She is shocked that Trump is attacking her. As a Somalian immigrant, she feels like Trump should be thanking. After they have stolen billions of dollars, they are still arrogant and they believe you owe them a thank you. I can't make this up. I'm not making her say this. The Somalians think the Americans owe them a thank you.
First things first, I'm actually so shocked that Trump is attacking us. I think Trump should be thanking us in multiple ways, and I'm going to explain. First things first, I think we are a good example of what the American dream can look like. Like, Somali Americans, and it's making me sad and it's funny. Like, I know Somali who are very funny. We're like the class clan who also happens to be valedictorian. Somalis in Minnesota are so successful. I take multiple trips a year to Minnesota.
Do you hear this shit? Do you hear this shit? Somalis in Minnesota are so successful. Why? 1,000 car services, 1,000 daycares. What the fuck do you mean they're so successful? Do you hear this shit? Delusional bullshit. They come to America coming to grift, and then the Democrats tell you it should be okay for people like this to steal from you and then spit in your face. She's not even saying thank you. She's not even saying thank you. She's saying that somehow Somalians' theft and fraud benefit you. Listen.
Minnesota, and I leave so inspired. You have Somali-owned law firms, Somali-owned pharmacies, Somali-owned everything you can think of, and it's so inspiring to see that what my community could do in just 30 years. Literally, we came to this country not speaking English, not knowing anything. We're Black, Muslim, we're immigrant, and we're able to be that successful. It should be really applaud. Like, I need Trump to stand up and applaud for us because it's shocking. Literally, my friend just moved to Minnesota, and she was telling me how when she gave birth, it was all Somali staff. Her midwife was Somali. Her doctors were Somali. Her nurses were Somali. Like, that is...
Why do you need our money? Why are you stealing? Why are you frauding? If there's so many Somali pharmacies, Somali banks, if there was an all Somali medical staff, then why are we approving so much welfare in fucking Minneapolis? Why is there so much fraud? If there's so many Somali doctors, so many fucking Somali pharmacists, so many fucking Somali lawyers, who the fuck is stealing all the fucking money?
Like, I need Trump to stand up and applaud for us because it's shocking. Literally, my friend just moved to Minnesota, and she was telling me how when she gave birth, it was all Somali staff. Her midwife was Somali. Her doctors were Somali. Her nurses were Somali. Like, that is so beautiful to see, and it should be celebrated.
Yeah, you know what? You don't need welfare. Then you don't need fucking welfare. Where did the billions, why the fuck did the billions get stolen? Somali fucking doctors don't need fucking welfare food. Fucking Somali fucking nurses don't fucking need welfare food and rise to fucking work. Somali fucking lawyers don't need fucking welfare food. Where the fuck did the food and the money go then? Do you hear this shit?
Okay. Second of all, Trump, you should be thanking my people for giving a random Midwestern state that much clout and money. Like, I don't think, other than Chicago, I think Minnesota is really popping when it comes to tourism because of Somali Americans like me, okay? So you should be thanking us because...
Whoa! Thank you, Somalia. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. Wow. You were starving in Africa. You were going to get thrown out by Ethiopia. You are not even considering yourself Africans. You consider yourself Arab Islam, right? They don't even fucking want you in fucking Africa, right? Ethiopia doesn't fucking like you, right? But some fucking how, oh my fuck, you cannot fucking make this up. No one likes you, right? You're not African, you're Arab, you're Islamic, right? Ethiopia said fuck you. Everybody said fuck you. But you are telling us that you made Minnesota poppin'. Did you guys hear this? Somalian fraud made Minnesota poppin', made Minnesota money, and Somalians, they made Minnesota pop. Did you guys know this?
Her doctors were Somali. Her nurses were Somali. Like, that is so beautiful to see, and it should be celebrated, okay? Second of all, Trump, you should be thanking my people for giving a random Midwestern state that much clout and money. Like, I don't think, other than Chicago, I think Minnesota is really popping when it comes to tourism because of Somali Americans like me, okay? So you should be thanking us because Minnesota would have been nothing if Somalis didn't move there. Like, if we're being honest, like, we have made that state pop, and we have made it beautiful for the rest of the world. So you should thank us, and if you want, you can donate Minnesota to the great country of Somalia. Like, I think it's a nice trade-off. And last but not least, I'm so happy that people are discovering how funny, witty Somali people are. We're very confident. And although Trump said what he had to say, like, I want him to know, Yani, like, it didn't even, like, bother. Like, it didn't do anything to our confidence. We've heard everything you've said before. People always make fun of Somalia, but I still think I'm better than everyone. Like, God has made me Somali Muhammad. Like, I'm okay. I'm okay. On top of that, I'm Somali American, broski. Like, I'm winning on both sides.
Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that Islam shit? Did you hear how she slid in that Islamic shit? That's anti-American. I'm going to replay it. Did you hear how she slid in that anti-American Islamic shit where she says, I'm better than you? Who are you better than? The American country who gave you somewhere to fucking live? Did you guys hear her slide in that anti-American Islamic rhetoric? I'm gonna play it again. She says some words in Islam that refers to her being better than everybody else. This is Islamic supremacy. She's an Islamic supremacist. I can't make this up. You can't make this up. This is Islamic supremacy. They're not apologizing for the fraud. They're not apologizing for the fraud. And then she's going to speak a different language and she's going to think that you're stupid. She's going to think that you're stupid, right? She's going to say something in Islam and she's going to say outright to your face, I am better than you. This is why they steal from us, because they think that they have a right to take from us because they feel like Islam grants them a right to steal from people who are not Islamic. Their Islamic religion tells them that they're better and that it is their right to steal from us because we don't believe in Allah. You missed that? Did you guys miss that? I'm gonna play it again. Did you miss that? She told you honestly, she said, I'm better than you. And then she said it in Islam. Who is she better than? That's un-American. That is extremely un-American. We're all created equal under God's eyes, but she don't believe in the same God. I said we're all created equal under God's eyes. That's our Bill of Rights and Constitution. When you become American and citizen, you believe that we're all created equal under God's eyes. You don't believe because you're Muslim and you Islamic that you're better than anyone. That's un-American. I don't think people even understand what the fuck I'm saying right now. I think you guys are just fucking floating on the fucking boom. Listen to this shit.
It didn't even bother. It didn't do anything to our We've heard everything you've said before. People always make fun of Somalia, but I still think I'm better than everyone. Like, God has made me Somali Muhammad. Like, I'm okay. I'm okay. On top of that, I'm Somali American, broski. Like, I'm winning on both sides. But yeah, it's just nice to see that everyone's realizing Somali people are very funny, very competent. And that's never going to change. It has not changed since colonial days, baby boy. And it's not going to change because somebody right now decided to make fun of us. We're actually winning the war. So, but yeah, that's all I have to say.
Can you believe it? I can't believe it, bro. I cannot believe it, bro. I can't see. Trump says a lot about Islam, and I talked to you earlier about Japan stopping immigration of people of Islamic background. Now you heard why you have Brexit. You heard about Brexit with Candace Owens, but this is the prevailing ideology of African Muslim immigrants in Europe, right? African Muslim immigrants in Europe who are causing trouble, right? African Muslim immigrants in Europe who tell white women what to wear. You know, Sweden and Switzerland, where they were mostly white European countries, now they are flooded with African Islamic immigrants, and it's changing the culture because they think they're entitled, right? They think they're better than the white people that live in Switzerland. They think that Islam and Allah makes them better, and they have a right to tell the white women of Switzerland to you can't wait at the bus stop. You have to change your clothes because now there's an influx of African Muslim immigrants in European countries, and it's changing the culture. White women don't feel comfortable on what to wear. Bill Maher asked a white woman, what country in the Middle East would you feel comfortable wearing that dress? I said, Bill Maher, what country in Europe? What country in Brexit would she feel comfortable? Because the issue and why they voted for Brexit is because white women didn't feel comfortable wearing dresses because the Islamic immigrants were fucking with them. So this is happening in Minnesota also. So I said, Bill Maher, what place in Europe could she wear this dress and not be harassed by Muslim men, because that's what's happening in Europe. And that's why Brexit, Americans don't even understand Brexit. How many Americans truly understand Brexit? I think if you understood Brexit, then I wouldn't have to fight about this Somali issue. If you understood Brexit, then you would understand these things already happen in the EU. These things already happen in the EU, which is why Brexit took hold. This is why Brexit took hold. You remember after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, there was a protest by a person named Tommy, what was his name? And there was over 1 million people walking over that bridge in London in support of Brexit. And they were protesting immigration in Europe, because even though Brexit, they still got to deal with these African Islamic immigrants who are trying to change European culture, right? You guys didn't know this. This is what my job is. This is what my job is. Yeah, this is what my job is. So this is the last story I'm gonna do. Woman caught hiding Charlie Kirk books in Walmart sparks backlash. You can't make this up. A 17-second video from December 28th shows a woman in a black tank top dropping copies of Kirk's White Ring Revolution to the floor and nudging them under shelves amid holiday aisles. It gained over 25,000 likes as conservatives label her behavior idiotic and emblematic of intolerance. Meanwhile, memes targets Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, for her glamorous dancing clips, contrasted with her poised Fox News talks on carrying forward his Turning Point USA legacy after his September. Kirk's books stayed popular despite such incidents. Let's show the video. And then she recorded it. She recorded it, you guys. I'm going to block out the sound because we don't want to copyright. We're going to, yeah, boo-hoo-hoo, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blue. So this is your favorite purple hair protester, liberal Democrat, and she's in the Walmart hiding Charlie Kirk books. Here she is. She should be at the gym on the treadmill. She should be at the gym on the treadmill. Here she go. That's her cart at Walmart, and she's kicking look at that, kicking the books under. This is what she want to do on Christmas. This is what she want to do on Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. She got these $100 Crocs on. You know them Crocs is expensive. Who paid for them Crocs? Because you shopping at Walmart. You look like you need to go to the gym, right? You look like you could benefit from a weight loss program, right? Who paid for this cell phone? Who paid for all of this shit? Who paid for these expensive ass Crocs? And this is what you do. This is America, right? America, we're fat and overprivileged. Overweight and overprivileged, fat, overprivileged Americans, and you want to do this to a dead man's legacy. You got all this shit. This shit is expensive. You got an iPhone. You got all these charms on the iPhone. This is a car. This iPhone costs the same as a car. This $1,700 for the most recent iPhone. She got all this shit on the iPhone. She's overweight. That means she probably eat DoorDash whenever she want. Then she got these expensive ass Crocs on. Y'all see the Christmas Crocs? Them is $100. This is an overprivileged American with a great fucking life, a great fucking American life, a great Christmas, and this is what you do with your Christmas. This is what you do with your Christmas. I don't like it. I don't like it. That's what you do with your Christmas. God bless the memory of Kirk, you guys. God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. God bless his family all the way around. All the way around. All the way around. Great show today, man. Great show today. Great show today. Great show today. Oh, one more Minnesota. Federal raids target ghost daycares in Minnesota fraud probe. Now we got feds going after these daycares. So Homeland Security Investigations launched door-to-door probes Monday, that's today, in alleged fraud in Minnesota child care assistance program. Following videos by Nick Shirley exposing ghost daycares like Sweet Angel Childcare we watched together, we reacted to that video, which received 1.26 million despite appearing vacant and listing phone number tied to Governor Tim Walz's office. The schemes echo prior convictions of 59 people who stole over $250 million from child nutrition program, with broader audits flagging up to $9 billion in suspicious billings. So we started off by saying $1 billion. Now, thanks to Nick Shirley and his investigative journalism, we're looking more at $9 billion. Now we're talking about, now we're funding a fucking country. We're funding a nation. We're basically funding Somalia via these nonprofits in Minnesota. $9 billion in submissions billings across state services, often involving shell companies. FBI Director Kash Patel pledged to dismantle these operations amid congressional demands from Walz administration, records and concerns from immigrant advocates about disproportionate focus on Somalians. How could this be disproportionate? The DHS on the ground in Minneapolis going door to door at suspected fraud sites. The American people deserve answers on how their taxpayer money is being used, and arrest when abuse is found under leadership. Let's talk about, I got some more videos. This is the Homeland Security ICE agents in Minneapolis.
Yesterday I was not here, so I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
You know when the last time since midnight I see lost up in clothes when we had. Have you seen anybody come and go from there?
Yesterday I was working in Jordan.
So this is Homeland Security trying to find out what's going on at the building next door. Homeland Security investigations are on the ground in Minneapolis right now, conducting massive investigations on child care and other rampant fraud.
Anything like that?
No. Provided the Lanza is the location, is where everybody comes.
Okay. Are there any subcontractors or anything you guys deal with? Say like other businesses that you partner with that you use for a service of any kind, maybe transportation or anything like that?
No. We provide, usually parents, they come like this, drop the kids, they go to us, and then we take care of them.
Awesome. And who actually oversees the receipt of those documents?
Usually like, no.
So here it is. This is the result. Trump is on the ground. We on the ground in Minnesota. We on the ground in Minneapolis. Trump is getting it done, ladies and gentlemen. We on the ground. We investigating. We getting it done. We on the ground. Tim Walz calls fraud investigation.
And this is what's happened.
Tim Walz is calling the investigations white supremacy. Put a one in the chat if you agree. Is it white supremacy or is it crime prevention?
This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy.
So it sounds to me, Nick, that Governor Tim Walz is saying that you and others that are out there trying to expose this, you're doing it because you're white supremacists. What is your response to him?
Yeah, Tim wants votes. There are entire apartment complexes where white people have been pushed out of these apartment complexes because Somalians have taken over in their inside of these towns like Minneapolis, where they can go get votes from these people. And if you have 100,000 people that will vote for you because you're going to enable and let this stuff happen, and because you're going to call a white person racist for calling out facts, this is what's going to happen to a state like Minnesota. Minnesotans, they say Minnesota nice, but they are very upset. And I totally understand why they're upset, because they don't have a governor who's actually working for them, that he's actually working against them.
Nick, your video's been viewed 93 million times. What do you think will be the result of this? Do you think that things will change because of bringing attention to this, or do you think it'll be much the same, swept under the rug and keep moving forward?
Yeah, there better be change. People are demanding it. The investigations have been launched just from that video alone. And so there better be change because, like I said, we work way too hard to be paying taxes. We work way too hard to be not knowing where our money's going. And at the end of the day, people in the government, they work for us. We don't work for them. And so it's their responsibility to hold these people accountable. And so if there's not something that's happened, people are going to be very frustrated. And so if President Trump's watching this, it's time to really get down to nitty gritty and to make a difference in this place of Minnesota that is pretty much like Somaliland right now.
This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy.
So right now, because of Nick Shirley's video, shout out to Nick. Right now, because of Nick Shirley video, what is happening? Trump saw this, and Trump has Homeland Security is now in Minneapolis investigating these daycares.
Is the location is where everybody comes. Are there any subcontractors or anything you guys do?
So when 2026 comes, when 2026 comes and the Democrats lose in 2026, when Tim Walz is not governor again, please everybody understand what really happened. What really happened is the Democrats failed on every level. The Democrats failed on every level to protect taxpayers from fraud. The fraud taking place in this country is so much worse than anyone could ever imagine, pure rot. There are 5,000 child care facilities in Washington state. 5,000, over 500 of them are Somali run with no physical address, no hours of operation, or 24 hours, subsidy participation. Minnesota was just the tip of the iceberg. This goes nationwide, and no one is talking about it. 5,000 daycares in Washington, D.C.
Sign up low-income families that qualify for child care assistance funding. These surveillance videos are from a...
So this is 2018. This is how long the fraud been going on. It's 2026. This is why when we say $9 billion, they've been doing this. And then remember, hey, Mike, remember I played the video of the young lady from overseas who said that Somalians went to Minnesota and Somalians went to Switzerland. Somebody double check my facts. I can't remember what country it was. Remember I played the video from the, it was an Iranian lady. And she said Somalians went to Minnesota, Minneapolis, and they went to one country in Europe. I think it was Switzerland. And they did the same thing, set up fake daycares, asked for fake food and fake welfare, and bankrupted that European state. Can anybody look that up? Remember, we played the video where she said the Somalians do this everywhere they go. Their country is corrupt because it's a broken down country. And it was it Switzerland? Remember, we played the video. Somalians have gone to two places in the world. They left Somalia. They went to Minneapolis and they went to one place in Europe. The other place in Europe, Switzerland, where they went to, they did the exact same fraud. It is not by accident. It is their modus of operandi. This is what American people are going to come to learn.
Order for the scheme to work, the daycare centers need to sign up low-income families that qualify for child care assistance funding. These surveillance videos are from a case prosecuted by Hennepin County. They show parents checking their kids into a center only to leave with them a few minutes later. Sometimes no children would show up. But either way, the center would bill the state for a full day of child care. This video from that same case shows a man handing out envelopes of what are believed to be kickback payments to parents who are in on the fraud.
Where was the money going? I don't know exactly where it went, but it...
Order for the scheme to work, the daycare centers need to sign up low-income families that...
So this is in 2018. They have been doing this fraud in America. Listen, look at this. Look at this. This is from 2018 Minnesota criminal prosecution against Somali daycare. 2018 Minnesota prosecution against Somali daycare. Who was president? We trying to get the camera back. Hey, there we go. Hey. We had a little bit of disconnection, but damn, man, we have 4 hours, man. We have 4 hours. We've been kicking butt. Minnesota fraud probe Let's take a look at this. This might be one of our
hungry people during the COVID pandemic.
This might be one of our last videos. We've had a great show. This is sad. 1984, almost 200 likes. I ask a big favor, everybody watching right now, double tap at the like button. We got a couple super chats today, 136 in gifts, super chats, W chat. Can we say W chat? Best chat on YouTube. I got the best chat on YouTube. I love you guys so much, man. I got the best chat, man.
Sure. So these were funds that were meant to go to help feed hungry people during the COVID pandemic, to help keep people in their homes who were at risk of homelessness. So first of all, if there is fraud there, that should be fully investigated, no matter where it is, whether it's in a Democratic-led state, a Republican-led state. I mean, let's pull back. So absolutely, it should be investigated. The question is, why is this a priority in a different kind of way? The politicization of the DOJ and the FBI is undeniable. So whether they are reliable narrators is the big question. And this is what happens when you weaponize and politicize federal agencies that are not meant to be, politicized. And I think the American people are right to ask the question, well, can we trust you? And that's a sad thing to say as an American. Let's recall, too, that there's also other...
Can we trust who? Can we trust who? Can we trust Donald Trump? Can we trust the DOJ, or can we trust Somalians who are robbing and stealing everywhere they go in the globe? This is so idiot. What's wrong with the Democrats? This is why they're going to lose in 2026, because they don't even make good consensual arguments. This is not even understandable. Don't trust Donald Trump. Don't trust the DOJ, but trust criminal immigrants who are stealing billions globally. That makes no sense, ma'am. That makes no sense, ma'am. Why would you question your country and have faith in immigrants? This is why Biden lost, because Biden said, have faith in the immigrants who are coming across, but don't trust American citizens. Don't trust. Biden tied the hands of the Border Patrol. Border Patrol couldn't stop. They said, let them come across. This is the idiocy of the Democratic Party. Who do we trust in, ma'am?
Scandals in other states, for example, the Mississippi welfare scandal. And this is not unique to politics. Americans know that. But of course, the other factor here is that because it looks like the Somali population in Minnesota, the Somali immigrant population may have been involved in some way, those people are being scapegoated, and that community is being scapegoated in a way that certainly serves the far right.
Scapegoated? We're talking about $9 billion, bitch. Scapegoated? Scapegoated? We talking about $9 billion, bitch. We talking about people who stole money from kids. They lied about autism. They stole money from autistic kids. They stole money from Minnesota. When do the Democrats give a fuck about you? She's defending Somalians and what they may have done, but the fact is billions of dollars were stolen. And where was it stolen from? It was stolen from American citizens, low-income citizens. So when do you start giving a fuck more about the American citizens who were robbed versus the immigrants who did the theft? That's why the Democrats are going to lose. That's why the Democrats are going to lose, because Americans lost. Americans were robbed. Low-income children of Minnesota lost. You should first start by acknowledging that this theft stole from American citizens, and that cannot be forgiven, and that must be punished. That is your first bullet point. $9 billion. $9 billion. That is your first bullet point. Pesos will save us. Y'all got 4 hours out of me today, man. I was trying to get to my 700 viewers, man. Today we did good, but I didn't get to 700 viewers, man. I was pumping this shit out, man. We got super chats, we got gifts, we got a lot of people watching. But you know, I'm addicted to the high numbers, so I wanted them high numbers, man. I wanted them, you know, I want 100,000 views, you know. But it was a great show today. It was a great show today. Cause there's Colt 45 buddy just like you running around What the hell is that, man? What the hell is that? You rocked out. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Yeah, great show, man. Great show, man. Great show, man. Thank y'all for watching, man. Thank y'all for watching. Thank y'all for watching, man. Somebody said no sound. I can't hear you. Good show as always. I think Mike would have told me if my sound, you rocked out. I think Mike would have told me if my sound was out. But I guess the sound came back. You know what I'm saying? So sad and corrupt. Very corrupt. Has this all been under investigation for a couple years? No, it's all new. Whoa, that MAGA! Whoa, that MAGA! Man, thank you guys so much. 200 likes! 200 likes! 200 likes! I love y'all, man. I love y'all, man. 200 likes, super chats, gifts. Tomorrow, same bad time, same bad channel. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. And it's a terrific Tuesday, and meaning government. That's why I left Chicago. Yeah, corrupt. Chicago's corrupt. So I see you guys tomorrow, New Year's Eve. Man, thank you guys for watching and tuning in. Y'all have a good night, man. I'm gonna go hang out with my family. Thank you guys for watching. God bless America. God bless the chat. God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. Happy New Year, everybody. I hope you all had a Merry Christmas. And we're going to talk more about the Affordable Care Act subsidies expiring tomorrow. The Affordable Care Act subsidies expire tomorrow. Obamacare is on the time clock. Obamacare dies December 31st. And we're going to ring in the new year with the death of the Affordable Care Act. Salute.